parties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Uh-huh. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Yeah. Come on, here we go. Make it funky. Woo. Come on, right here, break it down now. Come on. Make it funky.
freaks and hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Moments to make a clutch like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Something! Here they go. They're going to send in one of their McLarens right on over with the run.
Good evening, everybody. How's it going? I hope you guys are ready for today because it's the last day of league play here for this week. Teams are going to have to really pop off if they want to make it into that top 16. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. Welcome to the show. And with me, I got two of the best analysts in the game. I got the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. How are y'all guys doing? Come on in. The water's fine. Let's get today started. Seven, how you feeling?
I'm doing great, man, especially with some of the promising teams that might actually, you know what, I'm not going to say anything because I might curse it, Glitter. How are you feeling today? How's that hand going?
You know, the hand's going. It's still here, which is good. I do like that we've managed to coordinate the desk again, guys. We are always looking on point, which means that the teams now have to be playing on point here for the third and final day.
I think we all decided to wear blue because we don't want to see 80 teams in the red zone, right? In that hot seat, because a lot of squads are in that hot seat today. Why don't we go ahead and pull up the socials, though? Guys, make sure you go ahead and follow all the official Twitters, Discord, YouTube. Make sure that you're all followed up so you can keep an eye on what's going on and keep up to date. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPL as well, so that way we can know what you're talking about, man. We try to give the people what they want, and man, you're gonna have a great one here today. I'm so stoked. I am so stoked because I actually ended up getting a video from one of the players. So we get to see some of the players' perspectives here. Why don't we go ahead and roll it quick. Let's do it.
Help me, Spec, help me. He's 1 HP! He's 1 HP!
Let's go, dude. The tried and true. I mean, the man has to have that trademarked right there. Carnage with the official, it's 1 HP. 7, I know that's got to make you happy, huh?
It's like vintage Carnage. If you ever hear his comms, that's literally what it's like. Besides, it's Scoop's still alive, and then it's what it you know what, Carnage, here you go. Just because I felt that no deep in my heart. This is for you, Carnage.
There was a lot of panic in that final shriek, to be fair.
Oh, huge thank you to Carnage for providing that video right there. It's always good to be able to see the players' perspective and all the players out there. You know, if you get some good clips, send them our way so we can go ahead and show them off to the people. And speaking of showing off, of course, Nova in first place with some big number 7. What do you think about this overall?
Yeah, I think with Nova, the storyline so far this week, league play has been that the Illims has just been insane for this team. And I think you'll see why once we go to the top players in a little bit. But overall, I mean, 19 Esports too, I'm impressed with the way they've been able to handle the league play, especially once again, what we saw on League Play 1, they barely were able to make it to Super Weekend. So this is a little bit more of a confidence team, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. XSET 2, 92 points. That's what I want to see as well from the defending champions. And then we go down, WallStreetBets, 79 points. And Polar Ace, this right here, Glitter, is actually a pleasant surprise for me, seeing Polar Ace there in 5th place with 78 points.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing so many more teams on this first page in stronger positions than they were in comparison to the last week of league play. And these are the ones that are pretty much safe, right? As we move into this next page, this is where we're going to start talking about a lot of these teams. Mezexis, actually a team that started off the day yesterday in 15th and jumped themselves up to 9th place by the end of everything. So huge improvement that we saw out of Mezexis in the second half of yesterday. We've also been keeping our eyes on the likes of Dope, on the likes of HTV. Both of those teams being squads that are now in our top 16 currently and didn't make it into Super Weekend last time. So it's incredibly important that they make it this time. Chosen right on that cusp. And then all these teams flashing down there at the bottom are the ones that are in the danger zone, the ones that will not be qualifying if it were to end right now. They've got today and only today to try and get themselves into that top 16 spot. 4 points separate 16th and 18th right now. So it's very doable. It's just going to depend on whether or not they can do it, Jukes.
It all comes down to this, and I think you hit it the nail on the head, right? Like, oh, it is very doable. I know you've been crunching the numbers here, Glitter, right? So this is the predictions. I believe that the teams are going to need to make it into the Super Weekend, ain't that right?
Exactly, and you guys can see here, we're estimating it's going to be about 54 points as that cutoff threshold for the top 16, the very bottom of that will need to qualify into Super Weekend. Now, Four Bros and the Chosen, those are the ones that are currently in that top 16, Chosen being that cutoff point, and you can see that they both need 15 and 18 points respectively to hit that threshold. But not far behind, like I was just saying, BTOWN, Execute, both at only 22 points, Hitlist at 25 points. I'm a little bit concerned about K19, 41 points, considering the way that they've been playing, the points they've been averaging seems a little bit out of reach for them. But Chosen and Four Bros have struggled this week, and there is still a possibility for really anybody from 14th through 19th to do something crazy and get themselves in that right position.
And it breaks my heart to see K19 with that roster to be where they're at. Unbelievable. I know it's doable, but I mean, heck, we got to go with what we've seen. And so far, it's looking really unlikely. You know, for a squad as well, it's been kind of hot and cold. It's going to be Dope Esports, right? LLC. They have had, they're kind of like at that middle, lower end of the pack, right? So why don't we take a little look at them here, Seven?
Yeah, and right here, we're just going to be comparing the day 1 and day 2, how they've been able to perform. You can kind of see, like, in regards to points, it has actually gone down with what they've been able to do since day 1 to now day 2. You see the Illims have also went down, and the average survival time has gone down for this team. Luckily for them, they are finding themselves in 12th place right now with 43 points, but it's still, I feel like this team is still within that danger zone because they're only, what, separated by, let me do the quick math here, 6 points if I'm not mistaken, almost 7 points from 16th place. And even if we go up to 19th place with what Glitter was saying there, all the way up to where Dope is, that's going to be a difference of 14 points, and teams can definitely get this. But with Dope, as I mentioned, day 1 was great for them. They pretty much ended up getting all top 10 spots. Yesterday, not so much. They ended up with a 14th place, 13th place finish with no Illims too, so it's been hurting them. And something to keep in mind with this team too is that the last game, they're not going to play it. They're going to get a chance to play 4 games in a row So if they're going to make something happen, if they're going to create themselves a bit of a cushion, I think it would have to happen here at the start, considering that they're going to have to sit out that last match. And I do want to give a shout out to Flash, because that man has been fragging out for his team, putting up 6 elims, pretty much putting up 28% of the elims for their team. And I noticed that they also play with 5 players so far this league play, which is interesting because they might be trying out different stuff considering how League Play 1 went. So far it's working, but barely, okay? Just barely, Jukes.
All right, well, if they make it into this Super Weekend, it does. If it doesn't, then they're in really big trouble. You know, speaking of Super Weekends, the squad in last place after our first one, the Chosen, right? This is the team we were really looking at here, this league play, to kind of pop off, show us something, as opposed to they did in that first weekend. So far, I think they're even more hot water than dope. So let's go ahead and take a look at their head-to-head here graphic. And when we pull that up, yeah, you could just see those numbers right here.
Yeah, and this is a squad that can't afford to... Oh, wow. The Zoo Takers in the background.
It continues.
Oh, unlucky. Zute had picked the Chosen at the beginning of the first weekend. To be fair, they did make it. It's that first Super Weekend, but then they finished at the very bottom of all of those teams, right? So they don't have enough points yet. They're not anywhere safe. So it's incredibly important for the Chosen to make it through to this next Super Weekend. And like we've been saying, you can see that the stats have fallen off from day 1 to day 2. They've gone down in their damage. They've gone down in their elims. Now, they're also not getting a whole lot of average points per game, right? And since they're on that bubble, they're only above 17th place by 4 points. They can't afford to have small amount of point games today. It's the last day, and they want to ensure they make it through to that Super Weekend because, like I said, they're not in a solid spot yet with their points.
Absolutely. Top 16 is the goal, right? That's what we're looking at. Top 16. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on the bottom of the leaderboards. But of course, we got to talk about the teams that popped off so far in the league play, right? So I know we're going to take a look at the squads that have performed the best so far on each map. Get a little bit of data. And look at this. Mezexis, Polar Ace, XSET showing up big here, Glitter.
See, and this is why I love being able to take a look at the map stats every single week of League Play and every time we do Super Weekend, because we get different names up here. I mean, we talked about in the overall, when we were looking at Mezexis, I had mentioned they had a huge uptick at the second half of the day, and now they have the best stats on Miramar. Polar Ace, I mean, you mentioned it, Seven. A squad that we got a chance to talk about a little bit here and there, but was mostly with these crazy heal strats from Trey, and sometimes Trey was popping off, but nothing crazy. Now you've got the full-on Kiyoshi mullet. Polar Ace has decided that Sanhok is theirs, and they're actually doing a really solid job with their average elims and everything like that. Now, of course, XSET, not surprised to find them up here with Erangel, but these stats are impressive. Do they matter that much today? Because unfortunately, we're only playing one Erangel match, so XSET needs to be able to pick it up on every other map as well.
Heck, it's that humidity in Sanhok. That's what it is, right? He goes with that mullet. He's just swinging it in the air, and the man's just popping off, right? And let's talk about the guys that really popped off. The top 10 players so far in this league play. Up on top is QC7. Oh, I know you got them glasses on, baby. You have to.
I do. And it's not even close, especially when we talk about the damage. That man has 1,300 more damage than SB, which SB was able to pop off, have an amazing performance yesterday, and he actually ended up being MVP for the day. But if we go down the list a little bit more, I want you to look at Joy from Lazarus, okay? All of the numbers in regards to eliminations, you see 20, you see 18, 14, you know, over 10.
Wow.
And Joy is the only one that's been able to put up 3K damage with only 9 elims, and he also has great average survival time. So that's super impressive to me. But I mean, Glitter, we got to talk about She-Wing. She-Wing from HQA. We didn't really see them on day 1. Day 2 was a bit of a hit and miss. He's also showing up. He's putting up currently 2,700 damage, 11 elims. And now I'm going to jump back up because, I mean, QC is not by himself. Nova has been putting up a great performance. It's not just QC. Koi has been able to put on that damage as well. And Killswitch maintaining himself there within those top 10 players. And yeah, QC, the glasses come on.
Yeah, baby.
I gotta get
Yeah,
there.
looking good. Looking into the sunlight, man. That guy has just been absolutely crushing it. Nova overall, right? Looks like we see Koi come up as being that big duo for them. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the teams that we are all looking at, that we've chosen to keep an eye on here in this last day of league play. And I'll start off with myself, I guess. You know, I'm picking K19. I got to pick him once again here because this roster is filled with too many veterans for them to be all the way at the bottom. I just see a complete just lack of heart and passion here. So, like, they have to pop off today. I think they need a chicken dinner here at the start. If we don't see it from them, to be honest with you, I'm not going to have high hopes. But who knows? We'll see what happens. So, BTOWN 7.
Am I seeing this right?
Yeah.
Am I seeing this right? Glitter, are you trying to reverse the caster curse that Sute put up on the Chosen by choosing the Chosen? But keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Glitter Damas is currently a little bit broken, a little bit handicapped. So
I know, it could be.
We have to be careful.
It could be a risky pick, and I apologize to the Chosen if it does not help them. But we talked about them a lot. They're too close to the bubble. They need more Super Weekend points, so they are my team to watch, even if I am a little bit broken, okay? The least I can do is reverse the curse.
We're using like Glitter's flowers, but it's got the little asterisk, right? It's got the little asterisk, guys, for all you watch. You got to make sure that you guys know that. So let's pull up what I've been really waiting for, right? It's the schedule for today, right? This, honestly, I think you guys are gonna like it. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, let's go. I mean, when's the last time we saw this kind of schedule here, Glitter?
I love this so much because this is when things start to get spicy. We've got 2 Sanhoks. Is Polar Ace gonna end doing really, really well for themselves all over again? I mean, Mezexis now gets 2 Miramars to be super successful on, and Erangel. Obviously, the map that all of our teams should be the strongest on is the one map that the Chosen is actually not playing today. So things are gonna get insane across the board.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Just had to put that Juju out there for the Chosen, huh? You just had to put that out there. Hey, luckily, though, K19, Jukes, it's going to be sitting out on the first match. I actually, you know what? I don't know if that's a luck thing or maybe a bad thing. I wonder if they would be better just starting off playing right away, Jukes.
I think so too, because that kind of gives these other teams a little opportunity to go in a little bit warmer than them. But at least they're going to be able to, play in the Erangel match, which is, the match that all these players are super familiar with. So I think that is going to be an advantage for them. The fact that they're also playing double Sanhok, I think even, makes that roll of the dice a little extra more interesting for them. But at the end of the day, I think, what Zute said before, this is a squad of really good players, right? They're veteran players, have been on some serious rosters. And at this point, even Zute was saying, right? He feels that, these players have been carried this whole entire time, what the numbers are putting up now. Because to be honest, I hate to say it, but the numbers don't make sense. They just don't make sense. Ain't that right, Seven?
The numbers don't lie, my friend. No matter how much you like to complain on Twitter, the numbers that you put up here in the PMPL do not lie. And right now, they're not looking good. They're not looking good at all. They're not even close, man. Like, we're talking about the bubble graphic. I didn't even want to mention them because they're just so far away. So it's the longest shot out of everybody within that bubble graphic.
Yeah.
Prove us wrong, right? Prove us wrong. Let's see what they could do here, but they're not playing this match. The rest of the squads will be playing. So, guys, thank you so much for starting off the day off with me. We'll catch you right after game 1. Let's go ahead and bring in the casters for today, and we got a heck of a lineup because we're starting off with Miramar. I'm hyped. Zute, Necro, how is it going? You guys ready for the desert?
Oh, I am definitely ready for today, and I saw those teams to watch out for. I saw what Glitter did. Glitter trying to reverse my Cassacres.
So who you picking?
I don't know, man.
So who you
I'm feeling like we need a head-to-head Zute versus Glitter. Maybe we get that graphic switched up. I'm gonna go with the Chosen, and hey, let's spice things up. I don't know. How do you feel, Hot Chicks and Necro? You guys down for that?
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
How about Necro? What is your choice? Because you've been pretty on point too. So I'm gonna see who's got the better crystal ball. Is it Necro? Is it Glitter? Even though Glitter's injured, who you picking?
All right, listen, I'm gonna go with Panthers. First game, they're gonna kick things off pretty well. Panthers, they're gonna pretty much. I feel like they're gonna dominate this Miramar. What do you think, though?
I think that's a nice, safe choice right there. I think that's a nice, safe choice too. As a matter of fact, I had a cat run into my room yesterday at a random. So I mean, that could be a sign. I don't know. You guys, good luck. Y'all take it from here. I'll see y'all later.
All right, well, game number 1, Miramar. You picked the Panthers, and I gotta say, yeah, the Panthers have been looking really, not just strong, but surprisingly consistent too. Like last week's Super Weekend, 2nd place overall. The team that, you know, we questioned, is the Panthers having a lucky week? You know, I remember Seven saying, I want to see the Panthers continue to go strong because we've seen so many of those teams, the unexpected ones that do well in the first Super Weekend, they sometimes really fall off. But the Panthers, I really love that pick from you, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, Panthers, they have been consistent through week 1. You saw in the overall rankings as well of the Super Weekend. Not just league play, also Super Weekend. The Panthers, as you said, they have been consistent throughout the days, throughout the weekend. But now in week 2, I want to see how they're going to be ending things off on the league play, right? Because so far, Panthers, they're taking a back seat. They're letting these teams roll out. Because, hey, we all know top 16 is the way to go. All you need to do is just make sure you're in top 16, and it's pretty much going to be solidifying your slot in the Super Weekend week 2. As the play flat path's going to be on our screen, it's going to be starting all the way from Impala and ending all the way towards La Cabrera. Dude, this plane flat path's going to be screwing up a lot of teams.
Yeah, this is a very northeastern flight path. But luckily for them, I would have to say the northern half of the Miramar has more of the loot. Like, more of the cities are located on the northern end. So at least it's not going from, like, east to south, which would be even worse. But we do have 2 Miramar matches today and 2 Sanhoks. So today is going to be one of the more crazier days in terms of consistency because these teams don't have the Erangel map to really fall back on. And I love that we do this on the last day to try and qualify into the Super Weekend. You know, throw the teams a bit of a curveball.
Yeah. And personally love it too, right? Because sometimes, I mean, most of the times, if the circle is going to be taking a complete opposite shift, for example, now the planned flight path is up north. And if the circle goes down south, that means all the teams are pretty much going to be screwed. But for now, that's not going to be the case. The planned flight path and also the circle is kind of going to be favoring the teams over here. The circle kind of just equalizing things. But as you can see, teams, nice, they're not going to have that much amount of trouble to try and get to Picado. Going to be right in the smack center as well. Lazarus, they should not have any much more time or at least much more problem to try and make it their designated drop spot. XSET, though, I feel like they will have to try and buy a lot of time in the initial circle phase.
Oh, and check out where the Panthers are landing.
The Chosen, though, what's going on?
Wait, oh, yeah, one of them knocked. Okay, there's a trade. Oh, the Chosen fighting Lazarus off drop. All right, well, I actually picked the Lazarus team, right, in that graphic, teams to watch out for. TC got picked by Glitter. I called for a head-to-head Glitter Damas versus Zute Casticurs. I think we're seeing it unfold right here. Maybe I don't even have to change my picks because this is Lazarus versus the Chosen right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're going to win this one. I feel like Lazarus should be easily able to steamroll this because, I mean, so far, they've already found the opening.
He's got a pistol.
Reset. Yeah, it's just got a pistol in the front. Gotchi's all by himself though, and if you can see, he's damaged quite a bit. So it's gonna be really tough for this man to get out of harm's way. As the rest of the team Chosen, they're trying to close in some distance.
All right, taking a look at this, Godfan is not getting revived actually. One player in the back is slowly running up his way to revive Godfan. So Godfan will get revived. Lazarus a little bit slow to mobilize because we are coming right off drop. Maybe no vehicle is even ready yet. And you can see the loot is very low. Lazarus, they're sitting comfortable to qualify. So they don't mind taking this fight, even though it may not be the best idea. However, for TC really needs the points, and they've kind of are forced into this gridlock. But it is a 4v4 situation now. Both teams got reset. Godfan, no first aids, of course, right off drop. He's going to be staying at that 1 HP, the infamous 1 HP trademarked by Carnage. I would have to give the advantage over to the Chosen, though, because they have more of that high ground, and they have Godfan in the back angle. Depends on what kind of weapon he has, though.
Oh, yes, the VSS to pull out as well. Kaseki and Joey right next to each other. We've seen Joey make some stylish plays in the past. Has to be kind of like the fragger for the side of Lazarus. Opa right here all by himself in front. Has the EMP to work off of with. Oh, he got pistoled! Damage, but he also gets pistoled, and that's a little unfortunate. Might just be a little awkward too, but from the back, it's Godfan dealing a lot of damage on Kaseki. Barely is able to slip past through, and he's going to find himself in a safe spot for now. He's also going to get the reload through on the VSS, but he's so low. One single bullet on Kaseki is going to seal the deal, and that's what exactly happens. And okay, somehow, Zute, your curse is way much more stronger. All right.
I mean, I guess all is balanced in the world, right? Glitter Damas is supposed to be the lucky charm, the blessing, and I'm supposed to be the caster curse. So everything is well in order. All the teams I pick get clapped. All the teams Glitter picks gets blessed. So, wow. Who would have thought? We literally made a joke about this. Like, you can almost say this is scripted. You can almost say this is scripted.
From all the times that Lazarus would lose a fight against them, they lose it now? Like,
yep.
Come on, man.
You can almost secrets out. This is all scripted. We planned the entire show beforehand. The teams are in on it. Everything is pre-planned.
Oh, dude, I mean... All right, guys, he's just joking, okay? It's not actually scripted. He's just messing around. It's not actually scripted. These games are live, okay?
Oh, man.
Live, too. Yeah. I honestly feel bad for you, Zute. Like, I don't know what to say. How do you manage to do that? Like, how?
I don't know. I'm literally typing in our group chat with us, the Casters production. I'm literally typing LOL in all caps and I'm dead in all caps. Oh, this is great. I mean, entertainment at its best.
Well, at least look at the brighter side. Lazarus is already in top 16, I guess. If that makes you feel any better. Yeah?
Yeah. To add on to the I'm dead joke, I'm putting in our group chat, I'm dead, and then I'm typing out, and so is Lazarus. Oh, this is too fun. I absolutely love casting. And, well, okay. Well, one team out, right, Necro? I do expect the next couple minutes to be kind of slow as this is Miramar. Teams are rotating, getting into position. Spec might actually have a little bit of a jump onto the Knights team right here. This might be interesting to see in the next couple of seconds.
Oh, he also has a huge high ground, as you mentioned, on top of the players Knights. And Knights, they have no clue that there is soon going to be someone who is going to look right on them. They're quite oblivious of the fact as well that there might just be someone on top of a Spec. He's got a lot of info to report, and he's definitely going to go ahead and report to his team, but this time he's not going to expose himself. Instead, he's going to take a little bit of back step, and he's going to take things a little bit more calm and safe, maybe. A mature decision for sure, because Spec knows he's all by himself here. If he gets taken down, then Boring Protocol, they're going to be screwed up hard.
And you know the other reason why Spec isn't just peeking over, whereas most of the times I feel like he would? It's because he knows it's the Knights. You know, Knights drop Kato. The only team that has priority over this position so quickly would be the Knights. So he's definitely respecting how strong the Knights are. Like, their reflexes alone can easily whip onto Spec's position and knock him. So he's going to bide his time and wait for, like, the most opportune time to strike, if any.
Yeah, he's making sure he's also not giving a lot of footsteps away. Maybe you can try and punch boost. Make sure you're also getting the maximum amount of mobility and also not giving any kind of food cues away. He's trying to get the TPP angle right on this edge right here. Just please don't fall down because you're pretty close to the edge. If you do, at that point, it's going to be a GG for you. And yeah, Tensa is quite exposed. Oh, he misses that. It was a 1 in a million opportunity, and he actually misses that. He messes it up, and now his position's also unknown, while Tesla is actually going to go down to fall damage, something that I did not anticipate coming through. Knights now, they're of course going to have a lot of pressure building on them.
Wonder if Boring Protocol is actually going to try and push this. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. The Knights team, their aim is like on another level. Spec's got to be really careful, and he definitely felt that one. Looking at the map, I don't see the rest of Boring Protocol really mobilizing because, I mean, the next circle did shift and Boring Protocol is dead center, so they don't want to risk giving up their position, especially to take a fight with the Knights, too. Like, you could take a 4v3 with the Knights and still potentially lose that. So they're not going to really try and capitalize off that. Spec does put in some pressure though, and you can see Spec just backing off, and oh, he has no first aids, only 4 bandages too. So he can't even afford to peek again.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense too, because it's still the early phases of the game, and Spec as well is struggling when it comes to his med situation. So he will try, or at least he will need to play for some info plays. Take a little bit of back foot from this fight. Let Knights reset, let them settle down for now. Because Knights for now, as you can see, they're quite paranoid. They never know when Spec's going to peek back in. So they are just going to stay attentive right there. On the other hand, you have the Hitlist, one of those teams that has the red marker on them. And to get out of that, I feel like Hitlist, they're going to have to go through a lot, because XSET right in the front, one of those teams that are pretty cruel and that are sitting chill in the overall rankings.
Many of these teams right now on the screen, not moving too much with that circle shift, kind of centers up where most people expected. So everyone's just posturing up in this second circle right now, Necro. Not too much action is going to happen until the next shift. You can see right here, everybody just kind of locking down their respective positions. Some teams playing a bit more split than others, which is always great to see. TC with 4 points already. They're on the northwestern side of the center of the zone, on the low ground. Could be potential trouble if they have to rotate up onto the high ground, but we'll see on the next circle. And your team picked the Panthers, rotating in from the very north right now, is still right next to the blue zone, so they're definitely going to just take their time to play the rest of this match out.
I mean, the Panthers, they're one of those teams, right? I've said this since the day one. They like to take things slow in the early phase of the game. I mean, even if a fight is taken to them, they're not going to back out. They will take the fight, but they won't challenge the fight themselves. And this is what I've been seeing since such a long time. Just playing passive at the initial couple of games, not really just straight up booking it for the center of the zone as well, taking their sweet little time, relying on rotations. And Panthers, they're able to do it so well all the time. So far, it's XSET and Execute. Execute is one of those teams that needs to make it in top 16.
Yep.
So this game's going to mean quite a lot for them. Every single fight they take, every single elim point they take, it is just going to add on to their smiles.
The Chosen in the 16th place spot right now at 36 points, and Execute an 18th overall at 32. So it's really close, and just for everyone just tuning in, this is the last day to qualify, and oh my, hold that thought, Zute. That is a nasty hard shift to the east.
Nova, though, they're going to find themselves in luck. Right in the smack center, having a 2-2 split to play around with. Actually, scratch that. It's a 3-1. Shifan is all the way in the back, and now as soon as he realizes the circle shifts came through, he's going to try and reunite with the team because, of course, circle now is quite small. All the teams, they're going to straight up start a book. As you can see on the left side of the map, it's a wave of vehicles just moving in, so you might as well want to stick together with your teammates. And Nova, they're going to have a lot of trouble to deal with because they're also in the center, so that means there's a huge chance they might just be the center of attraction.
Yeah, the Nova team, though, is holding a strong position, so I don't think many teams will try and brute force their way in. And Nova, well, I mean, we say it time and time again, one of the best teams when it comes to holding these splits. So I don't imagine they should have too much trouble. But while these teams are rotating, reading out the bottom of the list, this is the last day to qualify into the next week's Super Weekend. This is league play, and in 17th is BTOWN at 32, Execute at 32, the Hitlist at 29, and K19 at 13 points. So these are the 4 teams in the hot seat. And of course, even if you're in 15th, 16th, 14th, and so on, you're also in the hot seat because you can easily get overtaken and kicked out of the top 16. I mean, we have 5 matches today. A lot can change in these next 5 games.
Talk about a lot can change. I mean, the hit list, every single point's going to change a lot for them as well. They're just making a bold rotation out in the open. So many bullets caught. But Shivang as well, he takes a nice reply right in his face. He will need to back off for now. HQA, though, they have a pretty great positioning in this fight, but the hit list, they're not going to back out from this fight. They realize Shivang's quite low, and they're just going to bring the fight to him. A nice knockout being found, a nice opening as well they're trying to capitalize on. But Cyanide, he's just going to get the confirmation and maybe try and back off here. HQA is the team in the front. Now they know exactly who they're going up against. So far, HQA as well, they have been a name that has been so consistent throughout the week 1. And they're looking to carry the momentum forward even in week 2. Subpick's going to move in. Cyanide's but a nice trade from him. He's going to equalize things now. The man number equalized. The hit list down 2 players. They are only left with 2 players to work with. If I'm not wrong, it's a 2-on-3. Yeah, it is.
Jatji, one of the most experienced players here on the hit list. I've seen this man do crazy things. He's definitely one of the clutch players I'd watch out for, and it's kind of all on him. He's got to fend off this 1v2 right now. If he can manage to get at least one, that'd be good. He gets one with half HP still up. This is the Jatji that I know and love. This guy has done some great things, and Cross actually falls down off to the side. 2v1 situation. Iconic, I don't think Iconic has any meds. He has not healed up at all yet. Cross.
Iconic should do damage.
Oh, the blue zone.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah. Blue zone takes him down. 1v1 situation now for the hit list and HQA. The hit list, like you mentioned, really need this. And Jatji, oh, the pressure's on. He's going to run. He's going to run instead of taking this 1v1.
I honestly feel like they should have taken that 2v1 right there. Because he should have realized, okay, the guy in the front's quite low. I mean, Jatji's teammate, which was Iconic, was quite low. So Iconic could have just been like that distraction, you know? And then from the back, Jatji could have tried to take him down. But again, we're expecting a bit too much in such panicky situation. As the circle is going to take shift, and this time it's going to be quite a curveball shift as well. Up north, out in the open, there's not a lot of cover to play with. There are a couple of compounds, though, which are still left uncontested. Pretty sure as time's going to pass by, teams that are there are going to try and get those compounds in their hands. Execute right here in the front. One of those teams that still need to make it inside the zone. The Wall of Death is doing so much damage on them. Fate is trying to tank it at the same time, heal itself back up, but it's going to be quite tough to make it out alive from that. Knights here having full control of the high ground to play with. Nova also getting charged on before pros. One of those teams they have been going up against is the Sanhok map, but this time it's going to happen in Miramar.
And Nova once again shutting down 4 bros. By the way, the circle had hard shifted to the north and actually blesses TC. Whatever Glitter Damas eats in the morning, I need to figure that out because I need some more of that in my diet because I am just the complete opposite when it comes to taking these team picks. But the Knights, you mentioned it, they're in a good position, looking to gatekeep out Nova now. Nova versus the Knights, this is always going to be a fun one to watch. The Knights on the defensive, Nova will have to kind of press on into the Knights team.
Yeah, 2 of the highest skilled teams out there. Indeed going to be a battle to watch. Nova, they also spot out a couple of teams in the back. There's just way too many angles to try and cover from. So Nova, they cannot really play this as free as they want to. All on the other hand, Knights, as I said, they look like they're in full control of this. And as you said, they're just trying to hold Nova off at bay. Are they going to be able to do so? That's what I want to know. But Dope, on the other hand, they found an opening against BTOWN. A nice dig on enemy hills right there. As QZZ is trying to convert the knock. Maybe potentially trying to steal that kill right there. Bolty is being spotted. QZZ is just looking for that connection. He's not going to find it. So, but he still connect a couple of shots on the players of BTOWN. Midnight taken down solo, and he doesn't even have a lot of mets to work with.
You know what's insane? Every time the camera is on QZ and I look at the total kill amount for the team, he's at least half, if not more. Right there, I saw 5 eliminations. Great shots by Xenox. Ooh, with the AUG too. But yeah, 5 eliminations for Nova. And QZ, of course, he has like 3, if not more. So, I mean, QZ, insane. Oh, Nova up to 7 eliminations now. Looking really good.
Yeah, they're looking so good. Knights right here. All 4 players up. Looking so calculative as well. They're just taking that calculated risk. Oh, this time the Molotov's going to be lobbed in quite close. Nova, they'll need to try and back off. The call's being made. The teams in the front is going to be quite damaging for them. So now this time they're just going to try and rotate all the way from the other side. Yep, as you said, a bold, but a nice rotation. A high risk, high reward. And this time it seems like it's going to pay Nova off.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say high risk. that rotation pathing is actually one of the less commonly used rotation pathings right there, but it actually works out really well. And of course, Nova finds a nice pocket position. However, in this pocket position that Nova's playing in, they got to make sure they set up a good enough defense because they are at a disadvantage if a team could fully push onto them with no third parties. But taking a look at so many teams left surviving around Nova, they're all going to be caught on each other. So Nova, beautifully done.
Yeah. Enemy cut off right there. Boring protocols. Still up and alive somehow. We just have one last man alive. It's going to be Spec. He is the best man for the team so far. And he's the best man to stay alive for these kind of moments as HTV, one of those teams that is quite close. If they're not going to be keeping the consistency factor going, if they're not going to keep on racking up those points, they might just be eliminated out of the top 16. Quite close is Polar Ace as well right here. They still need to make their presence inside the zone. Trey's going to spot out. Player of Execute, Fate taken out. One of those teams we're talking about, Zoo. This game is quite important for them, but Polar Ace, they're just going to cut their lifeline.
Yeah, that's only 1 point for Team Execute there. So many of these teams that really need the points, like Hitlist, Execute, already taking out so early. Polar Ace coming in hot after eliminating Execute, taking the warehouse. Surprising to see, there's only one other player at the warehouse, but the Knights are going to take it to HTV, and oh, this is not looking good for HTV.
I mean, I don't know, it's Knights they're going against, right? HTV, this time they're not going to be able to avoid any sorts of eyes, and Tensa is just going to flank in from the left. An easy wipe, they make it look so easy. Some light work on the players at HTV.
Oh, no way.
HQA as well is going to follow it up with another one. 7 teams alive though still. And Knights, they find themselves a nice footing in the zone as well. As you can see on the north side, it's Team Chosen going against Team Panthers. And so far it seems like Team Panthers are struggling quite a bit. But oh, if I'm not wrong, it's the final man from the Panther who eliminates out Team Chosen. And then the Panthers gets eliminated.
Look at Nova, 12 eliminations, and QZ has half of that. Of course, he has at least half of the total eliminations, but he does get shot in the back by the last player of Boring Protocol. Nova not clearing out their sides completely. If Spec wasn't here, though, that would have been a really good push by the Nova team. So a little bit of an oversight, but I mean, look at how Nova's playing. They're playing so confidently right now. They were taking care of the northern side and the southern side of the circle all at one time. So I love seeing that confidence. Unfortunately for them, Spec will be backstabbing them. However, Spec gives up his position, so now the Knights team is aware of the last player of Boring Protocol on that southwestern side.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see, but look at Koi on the north side. It's so separated out. Nice shots from Spec.
Oh!
Another one, too. Oh, that's a big duo taking out the game. Xenox as well. Coops as well is taking so much damage. Spec single-handedly is putting in so much damage. He's nailing these shots on the players of Knights. Coops now left with no other choice. Then he exposed himself. Spec, oh, he's going to be forced out by the play zone. Such an unfortunate ending for this man. I feel like he could have just 1v4'd Knights.
With a UMP of all guns. I mean, we know the UMP is pretty strong. Some would say overpowered. But at that distance, against the Knights, you better be hitting more than 50% of your sprays, like your shots. And Spec was nailing the Knights. That was insane. I mean, oh, Spec. If Boring Protocol had more than just Spec alive there, the Knights could have been potentially eliminated right there and then. But, oh, Nova's stepping up, though, trying to take advantage of what Spec did, finishing the work. Kindness. 14 eliminations, by the way, for this Nova team. Oh, they're looking so good. Nova's forced to rotate in. Good shots by Xenox off the back of the buggy. That will give them the pressure to rotate in. And they are going to cut right in front of the Nova team. But I feel like they put themselves in the trap. But Coops hitting some nasty shots onto Shifan immediately. Xenox, last one up. Nova still with 2.
Yeah, but Coops immediately goes down as well. So something that's not affordable, but also buys enough amount of time to get the res back up onto himself. Kindness as well is going to go for the same opportunity. 3 players up for Nova, 2 players up for Knights. Nova so far in the lobby, if you talk about the advantage, they have the most advantage. with a man number to play around. But this nade's going to be lobbing it quite close. He crawls in, but not close enough. It's not going to find the sweet spot. As Kindness, he's just going to straight up charge on in. Xenox now will need to make sure he's taking care of Kindness right there in the close fray. What a nice nade, and then Koops is going to follow it up. It seems like Nova, they might just get dismantled as they're going to get the equal trades on the board. But oh no, scratch that. It's Knights who get put 6 feet under.
That was a nice push out of Nova. A 2v2 with Koi instantly coming in on the off-angle side at the perfect timing to take advantage. And Nova will get that full reset. It's a 3v2v1 with the circle favoring Nova. And Nova's about to hit, if I'm not mistaken, around 20 eliminations in one game. This is going to be a record. 17, at 17, can they hit the 20? I mean, there's 3 players left, but most likely I feel like Polar Ace is going to take the fight with XSET here before they push out into the open and get destroyed by the Nova team.
Don't fight. Want to see a 20 bomb in the game. Polar G though, oh yeah, he's left with no other option. He'll need to fight back. 2 players, too many players to deal with at the same time. Polar Ace, they're gonna put the final nail in the coffin for XSET. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation. Polar Ace, the wall of death, the play zone's also gonna start moving, and Polar Ace, they realize there's no way back. There's no way home from this, and they're just gonna give up. They're trying their best to heal it though. They're trying their best to met strat it. Kiyoshi, he messes it up. Oh no, it's done. Polar Ace, they screwed it up.
I don't think Polar Ace screwed anything up. I think he realized there was just one team left alive, and when Nova started pushing to confirm those points, he was like, okay, I'm just going to go down to the blue zone. I'm not going to give them any more points because, I mean, Nova Esports, do they even need the points? They don't. They've been absolutely dominating this league week, and they start off hot, extremely hot, the hottest we've ever seen. And what better way to start off on Miramar? 18 elimination chicken dinner. It was absolutely clinical the way they played that too. We saw that one beautiful pocket rotation they made when they were about to engage onto the Knights, and that circle shifted north. Not only that, I think they were up to 12 eliminations even before that amazing rotation. So showing that they really got, you know, all of the fundamentals down to a very high level. Look at the round report. QZ, 6 eliminations, highest damage. Most nade elims. I guess nobody got nade elims here in this match at 0. But Spec also showing up for Boring Protocol. And Top Traveler, unfortunately for Fate, Top Traveler only nabbed, I think, the Execute team just 1 point overall in that match.
Yeah, they didn't really get a lot much more done, and they actually that game was really important for Execute to set the momentum forward. But it seems like for now that's going to be it from our side. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this short break.
Tuning your settings is a vital aspect of your preparations. Let's start with the basics. Most fights in battle royales are played out at mid to long ranges. PUBG Mobile comes with 3 options to put your quick-scoping skills to good use. Toggle between tap, hold, or mix and pick the right one that enhances both your accuracy and agility. While tap is pretty convenient for beginners, try switching to hold for increased mobility during close quarters fights. Below this, you will find the option for quick-scope switch. Enable this to get rid of the hassle of opening your backpack every time to switch between scopes. Beside these, you will find a newly added option named Camera Rotation while ADS. This is meant specifically for claw grip players who don't want their crosshair getting displaced while tapping on the ADS button. Thumb players who drag the ADS button for controlling recoil might prefer to keep this one enabled. Peeking in the game is crucial to make proper use of cover and take down enemies without exposing your hitbox. After turning it on, adjust it to tap, hold, or mix, along with the option to directly open ADS while peeking. Now, coming to sensitivity, it's pretty easy to navigate when you know their functions. Under the sensitivity tab, you get 2 options: screen and gyroscope. Screen sensitivity is basically how fast you can move your camera by using your fingers, while gyroscope requires you to tilt your phone to counter movement in-game such that the screen stays centered. Both sections come with the same labels. Starting with camera sensitivity, the section begins with third person and third person no scope. These are the sensitivity for your crosshair. As you go down, there are dedicated options for each scope, starting from red dot and going all the way up to 8x. Below camera sensitivity, you get the same options in the ADS settings section. But this one is meant for the sensitivity adjustment when you start firing your gun. So, it mainly functions to control your recoil while you are spraying. There's also the choice to keep both camera and ADS sensitivity identical by choosing the close option in the separate settings section. Also, do remember to set the gyroscope settings as always on or scope on to adjust the gyro settings. Now that you know how each option functions, there's only hard work and practice that lies ahead. Cheers, and good luck for your next MVP performance.
Welcome back, everybody. Whoo! That was one heck of a match number one right there. Hope you're stoked as I am. Of course, got to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for the PMPL. Glitter7, welcome back here to the desk. Man, woo, Kiyoshi! Staying all the way to the end right there. You said, where the first aids at, 7? Where were they? Where were they?
I got them. Listen, I'm doing now, what's that called when they do that at like Comic-Con? A role play? No. Cosplay. There you go. I'm doing a cosplay of my favorite hero, Kiyoshi. There you go.
Dude, heck yeah, bro. Dude, you're crushing it. You're crushing it. Looking good.
Thanks, bro.
7
Appreciate
as
it.
ever. Let's take a look at this match ranking. Nova Esports, 33 points. Glitter, come on.
Dang, Nova, another 18 elim point. Okay, like that, like, this is insane. This Nova is just on another level, a 33-point chicken dinner. I mean, they want to hold on to that first place spot in the overall. So hopefully this is what we get to see in the Super Weekend too, though. But we got to talk about the rest of the squads on this page because we're on the first page, 7. We've got Polar Ace in second place, and that's why you've got your impressive cosplay going on. Panthers having a little bit of a comeback, but look at 6th place. Who do you see in 6th place? That's the Chosen with 8 elims.
Let's go.
Don't worry. We'll get plenty of time to talk about the Chosen, and also congratulations to Hitlist. I mean, 3 elimination points. Those are definitely going to help you. But with Nova being so dominant, this second page is definitely going to be hurting a little bit. BTOWN Esports, a team that needed those points as well. 2 points for them. I don't know. You know what? We'll actually get to see that even better in just a little bit. Overall, though, great performances. You were calling it out. I think with that performance there from Polar Race, I think they're continuing on the consistency that we have seen out of them yesterday, and this is really good going into the Super Weekend. Were there any teams that kind of surprised you besides the Chosen in the last match?
I mean, we had the Chosen with a phenomenal performance. Even though the Chosen and the Panthers went up against each other, and it didn't go well for either squad, the Panthers also started to have a little bit of a comeback in this first match, which I think is something important to point out because they were at one point long ago in that first place position and they really struggled yesterday. So seeing a little bit of a comeback from the Panthers too was nice to get on the board. And honestly, on the flip side of surprises, I was surprised to see Lazarus go down so early.
I mean, that's what happens when Sute picks up, but that's neither here nor there, right, Jukes?
Bro, I think we found a loophole for Zute's curse right here, and it's the glitter. It's the glitter loophole here. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The man chooses Lazarus, and they go out early to the Chosen nonetheless. You couldn't have wrote it better. You really couldn't have.
I do what I can. I do what I can. Oh, and we got to talk about this too, okay? Because the Knights in the final moments of this match, the epic duo for the Knights making a push onto Nova, and they almost had Nova. If Nova didn't have Koi on that off angle to help them clean that up at the end, then they would have lost that too, the 2v2.
Yeah, and now to the top damage.
Dang.
Nova, 20. I actually thought they were going to maybe cross that 3K mark, but it's still 2,800. I'm not going to be nitpicking here. We do go to Knights there, 8 elims, and then the Chosen, 8 elims for them, 1,400 damage. Like, that is one of their best matches in 2 weeks, I would say, for this team. And then we go down even more. Boring Protocol, even though they weren't able to get a lot of elims, they were able to get that damage output. And on top of that, they were able to secure at least some placement points too, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they did, dude. You know what else they placed? They placed something on top of my head, baby. Boom! Transferred over. Just like that, dude. Polar Ace Kiyoshi, dude. Still lasting there towards the end. That was very money. But still, at the end of the day, this is not as good as Glitter's beautiful, beautiful on-point crystal ball has been absolutely crushing it here. So, like, let's look at a little bit of a telestration, I think, between Glitter and Zute. I think it's about time, right? We need to kind of break it down.
It really is, and this is the play that we're going to be talking about because we want to have a little bit of fun, and it's actually a great play. It's going to be Lazarus versus The Chosen. And at one point, Glitter, I'm not going to lie, I really thought Lazarus was going to be able to win this.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I think it was Opa that was able to throw this molly over here. It made the players now pretty much rotate a little bit to the left, and it kind of helped out Opa. He was able to knock one, and he was able to cause some damage on Kiseki as well. And then the off angles that Frost was able to get there were great too. Overall, though, Isajat ended up getting destroyed too. The Chosen ended up winning, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, before Kiseki even dies, you know what? Let me do something here real quick.
Oh.
There you go. And
Oh my god.
this is how the teams feel whenever Sute picks them. All right, that's exactly what happened. I'm not even gonna play anymore. Just end it there.
You see, that's why Kiseki, aka Starlight, was punching the air right there, right? He was punching the air because he's like, dang, Sute, what have you done to us, bro? What have you done? We never stood a chance, bro. You hate to see it. You hate to see it there. But at the end of the day, that's really huge for the Chosen because they were, yeah, not on our, danger zone list because they were just like one team above, but they pretty much were. I mean, it could have been at any point they have gone out, but they got some good points on the board. They got a really nice little sigh of relief here. But let's go ahead and pull up a little bit of a head-to-head between the Chosen, right, from their day 1, day 2. Actually, yeah, look at this, especially between Cubes and QZ here for this match 7.
Yeah, and I think with this one, I just wanted to highlight, I mean, both of those players had great performances. QC, man, like, this player just keeps impressing me more and more and more. The damage, the eliminations, the knockouts, assists, you can name it. And then Cubes actually doesn't fall back. Even though he didn't really have that many eliminations to the likes of what QZ was able to do, he was still able to help out his team in a big way. So you can see there, putting up 4 assists, I think that's huge. And I think that's something that we really need to shine a light on, because not only are these players just fragging out, they're able to help out their team in huge ways, by whether it's assisting, whether it's reviving them, whether it's clutching up when they need to clutch up. And I feel like we need to start showing that more to the viewers, and that right there is a perfect example of it.
Dude, they have been popping out, but you can't do it without your squad. And Nova, I think, as an overall team, have been performing pretty well, right? So let's take a look at some of the stats that they had so far here for this match, because, man, I mean, putting up 33 points in one game alone, that is absolutely massive. Look at that across the board. 2 players with over 900 damage here, 7?
What was that? Glitter, can you say it a little bit louder for the people in the back? Yeah. Hey, and it's not just QC. We were asking for a duo. We're starting to get it here. Glitter, you were especially asking for a duo for this team. Guess what? QZ and Koi. Koi being able to put up 5 elims, and Koi actually clutching up big time when we saw the fight there between Nova and Knights. But Shifan doesn't fall short from it. I mean, 5 elims for him too. Kindness, remember, Kindness during League Play 1, we were able to see impressive numbers from him too. I think he's starting to fall into a little bit more of a rhythm here. And that could be even more scary, because you already have 3 players that are performing insanely. Okay, I'm a little bit speechless there. And then if Kindness also starts performing too, ooh, Nova, this is Glitter. This is about to be a completely different Nova.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I mean, we were seeing Shifan clutch up too there, Jukes, and it's just, you love to see it.
At this point, I don't even know how many kills are left for Kindness to even get with all these 3 guys going off like crazy, right? Well, I want to talk about the team that, you picked, 7, and that's BTOWN, right? BTOWN, they've been a squad that we want to see perform well, and let's look at a nice little graphic here between them and Execute. Glitter, talk to us.
Okay, we got to look at this, all right? Now, the reason this is important, and the reason might not look impressive at first glance, but the reason it matters is because these were the two teams that were tied at the exact same amount of points heading into this game, right outside the bubble in 17th and 18th place. Both of these teams needed an impressive performance and some good points on the board, and we're not seeing that, right? We're not getting the damage. We got the one elim on BTOWN, and I know Execute did get some placement points as did BTOWN in that last match, but that performance, especially when you take into consideration what we just saw the Chosen do, who's trying to keep themselves from falling below the bubble, it's not going to be enough. So we really need to see them pick it up. We're now 1 game down. There's only 4 more, so there's not a whole lot of opportunity left.
What's crazier too, they're in the same group, so I wonder if maybe it comes down to the last game, which they will be playing. If they're close enough to be on that 16, I wonder if they'll try to hunt each other down. This is just me trying to, you know, spice things up.
We'll see if they're going to start the hunt, guys. Thank you so much here. Thank you for that one. We're going to go ahead and get match number 2 started, and we're going to bring our casters in here for this one. And it's Sanhok, double Sanhok day. Always gets me pumped up. Come on back in, Zute Necro. You guys enjoy the game. I'll catch you after.
All right, thank you, Hot Juice. Okay, we go from Miramar straight into Sanhok. Another crazy map. Of course, we always got the hot drops going on, but we've seen Necro over the course of so many Sanhok games. It's not just the hot drops that might be exciting at the start of the match, but we've seen a lot of teams start taking those early game fights because they've gotten so comfortable in knowing where each team is going to be positioned on the map.
I mean, I'm personally a huge fan of early game fights, right? And I personally love that too. Another mechanism to add on to the map of Sanhok, of course, has to be the med strat, right? Now, especially the teams that are in the bottom 4, they can try and go for that, right? I mean, you guys already have the swords hanging right on top of your neck, so you might as well try and get any of the placement points, any of the points that you guys can. So just go ahead and try to get those med strats in, because so far, when it comes to the elimination points, your guys are not really able to rack them up. So Sanhok is kind of like a map where you guys can just get those free placement points.
Yeah, unless if your name is the Hitlist. We've seen what they could do on Sanhok. They're currently in 19th place overall. They definitely do need the points, but the Hitlist, I don't know, something about Sanhok and the Hitlist, they just pop off and they could even take down some of the top teams. So we'll see what these teams decide to do. Med strat, go for eliminations. Either way though, it's getting closer and closer to, you know, the chopping block, where we only have 4 games left for these teams to try and secure their top 16 spot.
Exactly, and here we go. The play and fly path's going to be starting all the way from top right and ending towards .com. An interesting one for sure. Now, I also wanted to talk a little bit about more about the Hero strat, right? And so far, I mean, I haven't really seen a lot of players actually going for the med strat in the game of Sanhok in South Asia region, which is quite interesting to me. Actually, it's so rare to see any of these teams to go for a med strat.
Well, I mean, we've seen med strats being deployed here in the NA scene, right? And honestly, it hasn't been working well at all. The only teams I feel like have been successful with med strats are the teams that actually have ended up having to fight multiple teams on their way in to collect those med strats, because we see like there's just not enough meds to go around. And secondly, there's too many teams, I would say, trying to do the med strat initially, that they all end up running into each other, and all of the loot is just being kind of soaked up so that there's not an ample supply of meds to go around to begin with anymore. And hold on, boring protocol, not getting contested by XSET, and the Knights not dropping in Painon and instead dropping onto one of the XSET players, doing a new split that we've never seen before. Okay, what this says to me, Necro, is that for sure, after these games, teams are talking, words are being, you know, kind of rumored around, and info got out that XSET is giving up boot camp. And we saw this last year too. When we had 2 teams clash in boot camp, right? One of them eventually gave it up. And the nearest split drop that's kind of identical to boot camp, positional-wise on Sanhok, would be the split that XSET's doing. And last year, we also saw the team in Painon, which I think at the time was the Knights still. They gave up Pynon completely to target one of the split locations of, that split drop alternate of boot camp to kind of tell them, yo, we don't want you taking this split drop either. You either go fight that team in boot camp or we'll fight you. So it's like a do or die situation. Like, I mean, I absolutely love that. I know we have this fight going on between HQA and the Hitlist, but that is really cool to see that, even though we never saw XSET leave that boot camp drop and do this new split, the Knights knew about it and they targeted XSET, and they're not going to give XSET a free pass either.
Yeah, exactly. But I have another theory as well going on in my head, which I will talk about in a while. As HQA and the hit list, I've said this in the past as well. The hit list in 4-on-4 fights, they're just so phenomenal, and this is the example of that as well. As HQA, they're getting dismantled. 2 players have already been taken out. Sunny Pig and Cross out the equation. Now it's all down to Sub Pig in the front. All the players of Hitlist are just going to straight up charge on in. So much pressure. Sub Pig hears them moving in closer and closer. Has the AKM to play with as well. DBS in the closest. Oh, deal so much damage. But still fights 3 of them all by himself. How is this possible? He's trying to turn the tables as well. He hasn't taken an inch of a damage. Jachi right there in the window. Positions known. Sub Pig taking things a little slow. Jachi realizes he needs to be aggressive. But oh no, he's actually going to go for the rest. And Sub Pig somewhere down line realizes that exact fact, and he's going to get a little jealous of that fact, and maybe he can just 1v4 him, but no, Jachi turns back and slaps around in the nick of time, but these are just free eliminations for the side of HQA. They're going to confirm those knocks, but now Jachi, he doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with, and also he needs to take care of Chimang in the front from HQA. Somewhere down line, yep, Chimang, this should not be that tough of a task. Ooh. And the final nail put in the coffin as well. The hit list now out the equation.
Oh, that fight was going so well for the hit list too in the beginning, and 1v3, not losing a single HP. Sup Pig. The Sup Pig dominating that engagement right there. I mean, that's what happens. Even in a 4v2, you got to be a little bit careful. You can't just bum rush these players. I mean, these players are of high caliber. But going back to the whole XSET thing and the Knights and, leaving boot camp. Oh, as Brar actually gets a nice knock onto Xenox. You mentioned you had your own thoughts on what was going on. I'm curious to hear what it is.
Okay, but it's BTOWN again. They're just taking fights against Knights so far. They found 2 knockouts for themselves, and they're able to confirm 1 knockout into an elimination points. Okay, so getting back to that topic. So what I personally imagine, or what I think might be the case here, is that Knights, they were actually trying to go towards Painan, but then they see one of the players from XSET landing on that compound. The Knights is like, all right, we haven't really seen this happen in the past, and there's just 2 guys in the front. Maybe you can try and contest that. That's what I think can be the game plan, or that can be the case, because in the past I've seen this exact same thing happen as well.
Okay. That might be it too, but I mean, I feel like with how decisive the Knights were, they 4-manned that split like instantly, like they knew it was going to happen. So I think, I mean, okay, I was a competitive player, before, and for sure, when we're not playing in these matches, talk goes around, right? Like people, we talk smack, it's like locker room talk, right? In locker room talk, word got out, like, hey, XSET, they're going to back off. They're going to give it up. They can't handle the heat anymore. And then, not only that, we've seen XSET do this split drop before last year. And now that it's coming back to me, this exact split drop that XSET tried to do this match, they were contested the same exact way by the Knights team, because the Knights team wants free reign of their surroundings off of drop. That's why they chose Painan, And if there's a team dropping just north of them in that close split, it delays that fast rotation out of the Knights hugely. So it's not even so much the fact that, they knew beforehand or they're targeting XSET. They just don't want anybody dropping north of them in that little compound. So, like, we saw this last year. It's happening again right now. And, well, the thing that stands out to me the most is they didn't need a match to do VOD review to know what XSET was doing. They already knew what was going to happen. So that's really cool to see.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of ifs and buts in this situation. But hey, as long as we know, they just don't want any thorns in their way. Makes a lot of sense too, but we still do see one of the players from XSET. He's still in that same compound. It's Kill Switch. J7 is a little separated out, but for now, it's going to be Knights who are taking things a little slow. Nova as well, moving quite close to the players. And Knights, they're going to keep on charging on in on the same compound that XSET found themselves in. Somewhere downline Knights, they will need to try and be a little bit more careful because they should realize they haven't wiped out XSET out of the existence. XSET are still alive. J7's on the hilltop. He probably has a lot of info to play around with. And there is a man on the lower ground as well, so that means maybe potentially the man on the lower ground can try and go for a nice flank from the back, and Knights can be backstabbed. But J7 on top of here, hopefully he has the info that Knights is charging on in. He needs to back out. If he doesn't, that's going to be it for him. And yup, Knights, they smell him, they hear him.
All right, the nade being prepped right there. Trying to bait out some more audio cues, and the Knights are actually going to back down here. They've taken a fight up here before with the Hitlist, actually. And this is where they got completely wiped out. So they're definitely going to be a little bit more careful. They don't have the full info. It's just one player either. So they're assuming it's a four-man team potential. Or a three-man team at the very least, because they know XSET's probably up here. XSET, they do get a knock. I think it was that kill switch from the off angle on the south side. Okay, so the Knights being pressured heavily. But not just that, I see on the minimap, Boring Protocol leaving boot camp. One of their players, Spec, getting really close to Polo G right now as we head into the second circle show. I mean, between Boring Protocol, Knights, and XSET, this is a constant clash of contention. Like this entire mountain area right around boot camp, especially with this new split that XSET's trying to do, it just heightens all the altercations that might be going out coming into the Super Weekend, because each team wants to establish their own dominance and their own pathing into further circles.
Look at the Chosen too. They're right in the play zone, gathering those meds for themselves to try and go for a med strat. And as we said, those are free points. You might as well try and go for it. Same thing Execute's trying to pull off as well. Med strat is the way to go in the game of Sanhok if things are not really going your way. And Execute and Team Chosen trying to do the exact same thing. As you said, the trifecta of death on the mountain or on the hilltop of boot camp. For now, it's going to be Knights who are deciding to disengage from that one. They do not really want to challenge this fight because they realize things aren't really going their way. So maybe taking a little bit of backstep from that one can be a mature decision. Because the circle, there's a lot much more ways to rotate, and there's so many ways free to rotate out from.
Circle shifting over to that eastern side. Quick check on TC. TC is definitely doing that med strat. We saw them at the very beginning do a huge split. So TC definitely going the med strat route to try and secure, or firmly secure their place in the top 16. They had a really good game yesterday, or not yesterday, sorry. Really good game just previously with the blessing of Glitter. And I got a message in the group chat. Seven asked me, weren't you just saying that the hit list is good on Sanhok when it comes to fights? I did say that at the beginning of the match, and the hit list did get destroyed at the beginning of the match. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, there's no more way for me to get out of this. I'm just literally the caster curse, like 100%. Like, that is me now. There, no ifs and buts.
Oh, dude. I mean, I know it's all just, like, unlucky thing, like... But it's still, like, I don't even know, dude. How are you able to pull this off? It's like, at this point, I might as well just make a team and have you by my side. And just be like, all right, there's this team. This team is being a problem for my team. And you'd be like, all right, this team's going to win. And then they just get wiped out by my team, Easy 4 points. And the next PMGC team, ooh. Just have Zoot as analyst. Easy clap.
I don't know, man. It's like a double-edged sword to me almost, because as an analyst or a caster, it's like I should know what I'm saying, right? Like, this guy Zute, he's knowledgeable. He should be right on the stuff he says, but I am completely wrong every single time. Teams to watch out for. Lazarus, yeah, I mean, they were talking to me. They're going to tighten things up. They're the team to watch out for this week. absolutely clapped in the beginning. Going into match 2, oh yeah, the Hitlist, they need points. You know, they step it up on Sanhok. You know, we saw them eliminate this team, that team the other day. Start of the match, they're the first team to go out. So, I mean, yeah, I got nothing else more to say. But we're gonna head into the next circle shift. We do see Execute, one of the teams that need the points, trying to employ that med strat on that far western side in the blue zone. K19 on the northeastern side, just really edging around. Another team that extremely needs the points. Also playing super passive, probably looking for meds too. So we see so many of these teams that are struggling points-wise, trying to do a med strat, which kind of speaks to me with the fact that, hey, med strat is not working. You've been trying to do the med strat this entire week, and there's a reason why your points are so low, because it simply is not working right now, and they definitely need to start changing things up.
We've been talking about changing things up for a lot of teams, right? If something's not working, if one string is not working, maybe you should try and twist things up, you know? Maybe you should try some new things. Just be unique, you know? If you just keep on trying the same thing over and over again, if it's not working, if you're getting countered every single time, it's time to change new things. It's time to bring a new change. And so far, a lot of teams, they aren't really able to do so. K19 has to be a prime example of that. They have been getting countered since a long time. And K19, I don't know what they can do to try and get themselves back in the groove, because you pretty much, now for you, they're non-existent in the game. Like, you just don't care about them. And kill switch, though, I'm going to hold on to my words as Tensa finds the player. Kill switch taken down. The rest two players from the side of XSET, they're on top of the ground right there. They're on the high ground. Are they even going to go for the res? I think so. The chances are pretty low.
Probably not. Yeah, there's a lot of open space to make it back down to kill switch, and kill switch is already below half HP, so they're gonna have to cut their losses and leave that player behind. The Knights still clashing with XSET. It's a continued rivalry, and XSET, they have yet to figure something out. And, oh, Xenox also getting a knock onto an Execute player. The Knights just taking fights with everyone, as one of the Knights player does get traded. Fame Boys gets Xenox and gets the confirmation. So Execute coming in from the blue zone, being a little bit of a thorn for the Knights team. Nova, on the other hand, only 3 up with amazing game last game. The Sanhok one is definitely panning out a little bit differently for them.
Talk about the Sanhok one panning out a bit different. BTOWN's in the front. Kindness already out the equation. Knights now going against Execute. Come on, man. They're one of those teams that are already struggling. They don't need you against them. Knights, just let them have a free path. They're just trying to cross over. They're all the way in the waterways, too. You guys, of course, cannot really see it, but we can see it on our maps. So Execute, they're currently stuck in waterways. I'm going to hold on to my words, though, as this fight between BTOWN and Nova, it's going to break out as Jimmy's going to find the opening. Nova, one of the players, biggest players, goes down. That's a huge threat neutralized. QZZ taken out now. Koi right here in the back as well. He's trying to create some nice off angles on top of this rock. Midnight, you got to be careful because the man has the high ground to play with, but another opening, a nice one too. Midnight, he's just stacking them up on top of each other.
Nova's definitely a team that functions at their best when they have more spacing and angles and, you know, ground to work with. Sanhok being such a, you know, direct, isolated map where the fights are all pretty much close range up in your face. We see the weakness of Nova when it comes to Sanhok from time to time. As the circle continues to shift on upwards, the Knights and Execute still in a gridlock fight right now. Basically a fight to the death. Knights with only 2 up. Execute right now with 2 up and 1 knocked. That fight's happening on the western side. So we continuously watch BTOWN make their way in. And well, they're going to get gate kept by another team now. The Panthers showing their fangs.
Oh, man. Panthers right here. Crosses train on the compound in the front. BTOWN aren't going to be pinned down this time. Panthers just making sure they're holding him off at bay. The frag should be confirmed. Another elimination point added to the account. BTOWN, though, with 3 players live. One of the biggest mans taken out. Brar. It's not really in the game anymore for them. And Jimmy tried to cross over on either side, but he gets caught out. Team Panthers, they're not going to be missing any kind of shots like that. And the play zone as well is now going to engulf him. So the troubles are just going to keep on adding on in. But it's Noah from the back. We're actually going to steal the frag from Team Panthers.
And Sanhok's so chaotic, just constant fights. While Yuya, does he hit these? That's a long spray. Might actually decide not to shoot, because if he does shoot, Mezexis is going to stop and focus on the Panthers to make sure they cook in the blue before they keep rotating. So very good trigger discipline there. The Knights right now has disengaged from the Execute team and now have found themselves running into Lazarus. It's a Jat close by with the grenade. Gets Tensa down to half. Tensa's just going to answer back with a nade of his own. Flies a little bit too far. Both players' grenades. Yeah, not connecting.
Oh, dude, that nade looks so close. But yeah, so far, Tensa, it's just a little damage ticked off on his side. Chat's going to back off and realizes he's pretty exposed from the backs as well. So maybe reuniting with his team has to be the best choice. Tensa is just going to let him go away. The Panthers actually get eliminated quite early off this time in rank 15th. That's an interesting one. Now, if he had to make a, call which team's going to win this one, what do you think? Which team will take this?
I got a feeling it might be Boring Protocol, actually. Because,
right, well,
I mean, we see... okay, I mean, that knock happened before I said it, but they're going to get that revive. They have 4 players up, and this is the first time Boring Protocol has got boot camp completely for themselves, right? So they're able to loot as fast as they want, rotate the way they want to. All right, okay, well, they're down to 3. They could still... Okay, actually, with that circle shift, it's going to be kind of difficult. So...
Yeah.
Well, by the way, we're going to have a Paradise Resort ending. That's going to be fun to watch as Nova goes out in 13th.
I still feel like it's going to kind of shift on the outskirts, like on the left side. But Boring Protocols, though, they find another knockout under themselves. As you were talking, it's like one of the players got taken out, instantly confirmed, and then the other player as well just goes down. Boring Protocols, the problems are just now stacking up for them. I don't know how you do it, Zoo. I don't know. But yeah, Pop now, they will need to try and move in. They're trying to wrap around the rock. While Mezexis right here, if you ask me for my call, which team's going to take this? You know what? Just to add on a little bit more salt on you, I'm just going to go with K19.
Yeah, right. There's no way. There's no way. We'll see what happens. As Mezexis, 4-man team, moving in on the southern edge. I think Mezexis has a decent chance as the Knights go out now. Boring Protocol try and make their way in, but Mezexis is very close by. They got to be a little bit careful here. Mezexis does have a hill to work with, kind of an advantage position over Boring Protocol. You see it now, you're here looking over, but Spec, the blue zone! The blue zone does manage to tag up Yahir, so no knocks coming from Boring Protocol, but they'll get that, and then Spec gets the confirmation. So Boring Protocol looking good, and you called it. It does shift off Paradise Resort.
As expected, it has to shift out in the open, and that's what exactly happens. Mezexis, though, they're taking casualties left and right now. It's Boring Protocols who are putting in a lot of light work. Spec, he could have just taken down another one. Toss, he's barely surviving on a sliver of health. He's so lucky to make it out alive from that one, but Spec as well takes so much damage easily. He was in a world of hurt. Execute right here with the low ground to play with Polo G in the front. The problems are there, and they're just stacking up even more and more as the time's keeping on taking off. 4 seconds for the next zone to close. As Fate, he will need to try and move in. He has no time left anymore. He only has one first day to play off of with, and this time the zone's gonna tick off quite a lot of damage. Polo G, he's on the aggressive foot. He's trying to bob and weave, but Fate needs to peek out. He's also taking shots from the back. Russell, though, as well, is gonna find an opening on the players. Dope, who was trying to make sure they're keeping K19 off at bay, or holding them off at bay. So many fights happening at the same time, so many frags hitting the deck. As Boring Protocols now, they're just gonna charge on in against Lazarus.
Boring Protocol is looking kind of good, the team I picked. Yeah, they lost a player when I picked them, but they're still coming in strong, taking down one member of Lazarus. Lazarus playing a big split. Definitely not really worth it, as they're now down to 3 play. Okay, is Kiseki coming in with the car strats? Does manage to run over one. Boring Protocol down to 2. Joey is knocked, though. Not the best of trades, I would have to say. Boring Protocol, 2v2 against Lazarus. Next zone shifts wide in the open. Nobody's got the zone now.
Dude, this man's cracked out of his mind. What are you doing, Spec? calm down, bud. I understand you're quite hurt emotionally as well, but he's taking some damage. And not just damage, that's a heavy amount of damage being inflicted on his Spec. We'll need to move out, and as I said, I went with K19. It seems like all the odds are against him now. Valak is the only man left alive. Borg Protocol Spec here, though, still somehow is barely hanging on to his life. He's so low, surviving on sliver of health. Nate's locked in on the other side, or from the other side. Lazarus as well, they're trying to fight back from this. Spec is gonna get the confirmation in. Kaiseki is right in the front. And Spec this time is not really gonna overextend. Trying to play things really safe and sound. He's also gonna get the buggy in as making sure that he at least has some cover to play off of with in the final zones.
Spec's gonna drive right into 19 Esports, however. 19 already set up. Acer coming in from the flank side on the support, picking up frags, stealing some kills. 19E down to 1. Acer, last one up for Born Protocol. 19E eliminated. It's actually the Dope team that's looking like the best right now with 3 players up, 2 players up now. Everybody's coming in battered and bruised. It could be anyone's game. Born Protocol goes out. Dope down to 2. They could get the resets. And Mezexis with only 1. Everyone else deep in the blue doing the heal strat.
Yeah, it's pretty much done at this point. Might as well just call it. It's Dope's game. And they needed this one as well, quite desperately, so Dope. Now they're just going to nail their spot in the top 16 with this dinner right here. Lazarus also eliminated out the game. The play zone's going to take out the final man, Kaseki. Vamp and K19 still up and alive in the wall of death. They're just tanking that damage. I just want to see how many first aids they've got on their name. And Swins, it seems like he's slowly and steadily going to creep on in.
Move to the left, Swins.
Sights on the player in the front. Yep, he can try and decide who is going to take this one home. He's going to find the free knockout. No, he doesn't. Whiffs a couple.
The nade.
And yep, the nade as well is going to move in. Is this going to be able to catch him off guard? Oh, yes, it does. Flash is so hurt. And Inactive is in the front. But Inactive, he doesn't have... Oh, he does have Mets to play with. Okay.
Inactive, he's going to try and get that first aid off, but he's not going to get it off in time. If Inactive timed his third party a little bit better off of Vamp coming in from the blue zone, we might have actually seen Dope not take that match. But oh my, I mean, Sanhok, yes please. We got another Sanhok coming up today and another Miramar game too. Today of all days, I think, you know, we should have more Sanhoks and Miramars. I think the action is just absolutely, like, we don't know what to expect. And I think this Sanhok game in particular, the action was pretty well paced, nonstop, and it was chaotic, but still easy to follow.
I mean, Sanhok is usually just like high-octane gameplay, you know? Let's take a look at the round report, and let's find out how things really look like. Spec, of course, as I said, this man was cracked out of his mind. It seemed like every single thing was going in this man's court. He had the ball in his court as well, because the way he was aiming the players down, man, that was impressing me.
Yeah, so Boring Protocol, they might have not gotten the chicken, but I think that was a really good game out of them, especially on Sanhok. Caspers with 3 nade limbs, and Tensa up there as well for the longest elimination. Well, I wonder what's going to happen in the next Sanhok match, right? Because we saw today, XSET has officially given up boot camp, but it's not a free ticket out. They're being contested by the Knights, so the Knights might actually just kick them back out. We'll see soon, though, as we do have another Sanhok coming up today. But before we go any further, we're going to take it to an interview with the Mezexis team.
While Lazarus is a pretty familiar name in the North American PUBG mobile scene, they haven't been able to have the impact that they would have wanted. While their presence has been marked in every iteration of PMPL NA, it has been with different rosters. They finished 10th last season with Joey and Fears in their roster. Joey has donned XSET and Pro Nation jerseys in the past, but seen limited success. Meanwhile, Fears has played for teams like Null and Enigma Fan Club, and even traveled to Europe for a short stint with Exquisite Decode. In December 2021, another player was added to the team, and that's Izajat. He made a name for himself by winning the PMCO NA Full Split 2021 and competed in the Pro League Season 2 under the banner of BTOWN. But perhaps the most experienced player in the team is Starlight, who has played for big names like XQuest, Nova Esports NA, 19 Esports, and Mezexis Esports. He has attended both the seasons of PMPL North America, but is yet to get a top 5 placement.
3 players here from Alpha 7 are down, just crawling around their vehicle, which is currently in flames. Pathetic fallacy for the squad itself, as here you have it. G360 going to be easily collecting his kills here for XQG. And then there you have it in the foreground. Just
Several names in this team have been on the precipice of greatness, but were unable to fully materialize their dreams. Maybe the recent addition of a new Brazilian coach, Knight, can help them unlock their true potential. Find out how Lazarus fares in the PMPL NA Spring 2022 League stage.
But he is going to get supported by Prolt. There's going to fire on up in among the sidelines. We played it through as Pew Pew is going to go down quite nearly, not quite, as Prolt is just trying to hold on for dear life. They have, as far as I know, 5 kills in this game. Passion fruit. They could be looking for their 3rd chicken dinner of the day, but Inactive is going to knock down Versa. Like I said, 6 kills for Warning 6 so far in this game. They are setting themselves up to make it into the top 14, but it's not going to be over until it's over. King is going to get spotted out. That's also great.
And up, Murda not connecting the shot, so the trade goes out to Inactive. It is now a 1v2 for Phi, and Phi is at 1 HP. It looks like it's going to be the end of it. And there we go.
The first Sanhok of the day is in the books, and the Dope Esports LLC come up with the big chicken dinner there. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, got to give a huge thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Here we go. Man, we're seeing some big people, you know, that were lower on the leaderboards pop off in the Sanhok match here, Glitter. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm Glitter now. Okay, let's do this. I am Glitter now. What she was trying to say, it must be the day. It must be the day. That's what I've heard, and I agree with her. I mean, Dope Esports, this is a team that definitely needed the points. We're talking about how they had an amazing day 1 yesterday too. They kind of slowed down a little bit, but hey, huge cushion that they just got themselves with those 24 points. Mezexis Esports NA, the same thing as well. 17 points for them. Boring Protocol. It's funny because in Miramar, I saw how much placement points they were able to get, but now they got those elimination points, and if we go down, Vamp as well. That's a team that was in, I think, in 15th place before this match, so that's going to help them out. And then the big story here as well, Glitter, it's going to be K19 Esports with those 9 points. I'm not going to say they're going to jump super high in the leaderboard, but at least it's somewhere, right?
Listen, it is better than nothing, and what it is it's a start, right? Because they needed, as of the beginning of the day, they needed that 41-point margin. Now, if they can get close to averaging 10 points, they'll just barely make it, but that would be assuming nobody else earned points, right? So they're getting there. They're on the right path. They just need to get a few more points, and they got to do it quickly. As we can see here, how spread out a lot of the elims were in this last match. I mean, everybody was kind of chipping away at each other, and we see BTOWN, Hitlist execute all teams that we're keeping our eyes on because they need every single point that they can get.
Yeah, I was saying oof at the Chosen, because this is a team that, like, I mean, they need the points. You picked them for Miramar. They did great there, but then here in Sanhok, yeah, only 1 point is just not going to cut it, especially with the overall that hopefully we'll get a chance to see as well. You're going to see how close everything is right now. And Nova Esports, I mean, Nova Esports ended up with 2 elims. Not going to lie, Glitter, I wanted to see another 18 ilim chicken dinner. Is that too much to ask for?
We still have time, okay? We still have time. There's more games in the day, and some of the teams are definitely setting themselves up for that level of success, okay?
They definitely are. I mean, it's a long shot, okay? But K19, there's some slight hope that you guys might climb up that leaderboard a little bit more, get closer, and maybe strike on your last game of the day. There's that slight chance. But something to keep in mind, as we do see some of the highlights here from the Panthers, is Knights usually tends to come back strong at the end of the day, regardless whether they were just chilling, whatever it might be. We've seen Knights and some of the top teams also come out strong and kind of, they want to finish off strong in the league play so they can carry that momentum into that super weekend too, Hajix.
Man, dude, honestly, when it comes to K19, I think that was huge for them, right? Because, I mean, that 9 points, yeah, it's 9 points. But at the same time, I mean, that one game is more points than they were putting up an entire day so far, right? So, like, oh, it's sad to say, but at the same time, I think this was a good kind of like jump start, right? A little shot of gasoline to kind of get that engine going for them, you know? Hopefully we can see them continue on here today, but at the end of the day, we'll have to see it as we move on over to the top damage dealers. And look at this, Boring Protocol. Woo! Putting up some nice damage here in this one, 7.
Yeah, 10 elims for Boring Protocol. I wouldn't be surprised if Spec might have been leading the battalion there, because wow, he's been doing some work. Then Dope, I mean, 9 elims for Dope, that's not short change either. Dope putting up those points, whether it's placement points, whether it's a chicken dinner, to back it up with some elims too. This is great, because usually those teams that are at the bottom of the list, they tend to end up having really good placement but not as much elims. So I'm happy to see that there from Dope.
I think that was great for them. Huge. A good chicken dinner here to kind of wrap up this league play day is going to do good. That chicken dinner should launch them, I think, in a really good position here to make it into the next stage. And that's going to be big, you know, but K19, they have a lot more work to do. That's for sure. Like I said, 9 points, I think it's great. But oh my gosh, look at the difference. Look at the difference from their past performance here, Glitter. That's crazy.
Okay, listen, the reason we have to highlight this is because while the damage might be the same, they figured out how to get their placement points down. That's huge for them. Their survival time, big difference, because that's also where those placement points are coming in. If their average elims are 1, slaying is just not happening for them this time around. But they have to do whatever they can to get themselves in top 5 finishes, to get themselves to stay in the game as long as possible. And we wanted to highlight this because, like you said, it's like that shot of gasoline where it feels like they're starting to figure out, but now we need to kick them into high gear and have this be the bare minimum for the rest of their matches if they want to qualify.
Man, they're going to have to launch it real quick here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this flyover here as we're starting to see some plays in this Sanhok match. Dope Esports, I mean, just absolutely dominated here at the start here, 7.
Yeah, Dope just taking on fights. The good thing is they were able to at least maintain 4 players alive towards the end. Yes, 1 player they get knocked, but hey, it's gonna give you a huge advantage if you're able to maintain them. And then guess what? Fishy and Flash. Remember when we were talking about Flash at the beginning of the show? We're saying how much output in regards to damage and also elims he's been able to do. If you have that player alive for Dope, it's gonna put you in an immense advantage over the other teams already, especially if you got the numbers over everybody else inactive. You had conversations with him, Hajix. He even said that he wanted to become one of the best players. Guess what? Even though he didn't have that much HP, my boy was still moving up. He wasn't snaking. He wasn't trying to do no heal off or whatever it might have been. Overall though, Dope with all the numbers being able to play this well. And Flash, Flash with that jump shot, he didn't care that he wasn't full HP. And now we go to this head-to-head right here. Glitter mentioned it. These 2 teams, Glitter, are fighting to survive within those top 16 so they can make it to that Super Weekend number 2. And Dope is definitely fighting for that. And you can see those numbers showcase that in a much better way than what Vamp is currently doing. 10 elims for them, 1700 damage. Vamp 175. What's going on here, Glitter?
I don't know, but what's important is that Dope is putting themselves exactly where they need to be, as we can see where the rankings are now after that last match for the overall, which teams are going to be qualifying through to the Super Weekend after today. Nova with an insane gap lead over everybody else. XSET now the 2nd team to hit those triple digits, but then Knights and Boring Protocol, even K19 Esports not that far behind. Polar Ace still holding on to a first page position. Mezexis has now jumped up even higher, so they've completely solidified themselves. But this is what we needed to see, okay? Because things are going to be changing. The Chosen are looking much more comfortable than they were at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, they really are. Right now, the Chosen has that 8-point advantage over Four Bros. We've seen what has happened to Four Bros before. And now if we go down even more, BTOWN. This is crazy, though. Look at the numbers. BTOWN with 37. XQ with 36. The Hitlist with 35. K19, yes, that was a great showing, but we need to see a lot more, especially in regards to fragging. And then if we go to the bubble here, remember, we Glitter, we thought it was going to be 54 points. It might actually end up being 54 points. HTV, only 12 points away from that. 4 Bros, 15. Like, these are numbers that can definitely change in just one game, Glitter.
Yeah, but what's crazy is the Chosen started off being one of these teams that we were looking at in the bubble graphic, and they're not on it anymore. Four Bros have actually dropped down, and what's crazy is that they haven't earned a single point yet. They started off the day at 39, and they're still at 39. So this is something to pay attention for them because, like you said, 37, 36, 35, that's not far away from 39. It's not even that far away from 42. If any one of those teams has a solid performance and HTV or 4 Bros have a game where they get 0 points, they are leapfroggable jukes.
Straight up. I mean, this is one game. Like, one game. I mean, 54 points to make it in, that's extremely low. I mean, literally, if K19 or any of these squads at the bottom pull out a chicken dinner, they may just jump themselves into safety, like, literally, for the rest of the day. So, it's going to be a huge one here. Again, we got Erangel coming up, so I'm excited to see how it's going to go. Guys, thank you so much for that nice little wrap-up after match number 2. I'll see you after match number 3 as we bring in our casters. Come on in, guys. We're going back to Erangel. The only time today. So Span, Cargo, Necro, I want your predictions and I want them quick. Bring them.
Oh, Necro, go first.
Oh man, it's kind of tough to say. Okay, I want to go with XSET.
Ooh, XSET. Okay, Span.
Wait, that's my pick. That's my pick. You see the red? You see the red? I
now you need to move away. I want XSET. You need to choose someone else.
Well, y'all decide. I'm going to go with K19 because they need it. They need it. We'll see if they can get it. But, guys, good luck and crush it, all right?
Thanks, Hot Jukes. Thank you. Okay, well, Necro, if I'm going to be bullied, I guess I'll choose the Hitlist because they also really need it. They're down there in the 15th place position. Okay. So Hot Jukes and I were going with that answer, I guess.
Well, I just went with XSET. I honestly feel like XSET as well is one of those teams. Like, yeah, even though they're okay-ish on the overall rankings, but somewhere down the line, they need to get the momentum flow in their court as well before the Super Weekends. Because if they do, of course, they're also going to be having a little bit more mental edge over the top teams, the teams that are already toppling the boards on the Super Weekends. But now it seems like we're also going to be heading right on in the map of Erangel. This is going to be the first map of Erangel so far. And I want to see now how teams are going to be adjusting so far because they've been playing Miramars, they've been playing Sanhok, which is of course like very much more high-octane gameplay. But now at Miramar, they'll need to find a balance between both of those. As you guys can take a look at the plane flat path as well, and it's going to screw a lot of teams over. Oh my God. All right. I love it.
Yeah, of course, it's once again, I feel like every single time I get in here, we got a plane path that's just all the way down to the southern side or some hardcore cardinal direction. And taking a look at that, it's just southwest in a nutshell. That means a lot of teams aren't going to be able to go to their usual place that they want to. That's going to be hard. Everybody's going to kind of be fighting for spaces, I feel like. But of course, we've seen worse, and these teams are pretty good at staying away from each other. And this being, you already mentioned it, the first and actually only Erangel map of today. I don't think that these guys are going to be wasting it whatsoever, so I'm pretty excited to see what's actually going to be coming out of this.
Oh, 4 Bros, okay, so they find themselves in the military base for now. Pretty safe. They're left uncontested right there. XSET as well, they're going to slowly and steadily move on in towards the Milta side and maybe farm split, like a Milta farm split. All the teams over here on Mezexis, they find themselves a safe footing in Nova Repnoy. But as I said, this play flat path in general has screwed a lot of teams over. Now, if they do want to go to their designated drop spots, they will have to buy a lot of time in the early game phases. That means maybe the rotation is going to be suffered because of that. And oh, the circle is quite standard though.
Oh boy, yeah, it looks like it'll go up towards the northern side. I'm pretty excited about this. A lot of teams are going to have a pretty hard time making a rotation into this. There's going to be a potential for some teams to be holding out rotation pass as well, and maybe they'll be able to capitalize off of that, get some good elimination points for themselves. Going to be having to keep an eye on that. Of course, it's going to be those teams that are slowly moving up towards the northern side, and everybody kind of stuck towards the south. They're the ones that are going to have to figure out some big rotations. The ones I'm the most worried for are actually Lazarus and all those teams down there around Primorsk. They're kind of in an area where they could be a little bit stuck, maybe going to have to be going towards Pachinki Hill if they're hoping to get out of there safely.
But look at the top left as well. You can see right close to Georgia Pole, there's like Polar Race right next to him. WallStreetBets as well is trying to move on in. Oh, I can already see the Hellbreak can lose quite early this time in the game of Erangel, because at least on the left side, BTOWN as well is one of those teams that is not really shying away from any of the fights. So I'm expecting BTOWN to take this really personal, as 19 Esports right in front of them. And as I said, the Hell's going to break loose early off this time just because they're playing Flight Path. Polar Race, they've already found a casualty on their side. 19 Esports, they're looking to just rub the salt in their wounds. They're looking to keep on applying the pressure.
Yeah, we'll see if Kiyoshi's going to be able to get out of here. Issue definitely looking in that direction, hoping to catch something, but his teammates are coming on that buggy. I think they know that Kiyoshi is here in close. Yep, there we go. The bullets coming through from Alucard in that direction. They got the knock. They don't want Salt to get res, but there we are, spotting out Train Kiyoshi. A ton of sprays towards the vehicle. No way! Issue just hold on, crashing into them with a vehicle of his own. Salt got res, though, is able to get a knock onto one. Let's see if he's going to be able to take Alucard as well, just above half HP. You can hear the other member of 19 Esports crashing in here as well, so he is not alone. Let's see if they'll be able to take down the rest of Polar Ace. One more down. Salt still alive, and I think that is it for this team. Alucard holding this off as the res comes through. Salt doesn't have any meds, though. This is going to be a pretty difficult situation for him to win. Looks like he's able to do a little bit more damage, though, getting a knock on Alucard. The thing is, the res came through, so it's him versus two members of 19 Esports. Still, at this point, they're so low, but they pushed and got the knock. That was a back and forth whiplash fight so far, and here comes Trey. It's not even over yet.
Oh man, he's trying his best to fight back. Ace in his wall is back up. He's able to patch himself up now. Polar Ace, somewhere down line, they almost flipped tables over against 19 Esports. Kiyoshi, the final man left to life, will need to back out of harm's way. Does realize 19 Esports so far, things are really rolling in their court, so you might as well just respect that and try and back off and play for a more, or a couple of more, or at least some placement points. And as I said, he's the only man left to life from that squad. Definitely has a lot of burden on his shoulder. Gonna straight up back out, and still he's catching a lot of bullets out of himself, while even he's trying to fade out from that. 19 Esports, a nice start for the game, but at the cost of one player, which is kind of affordable at the same time, but they didn't really get a lot of loot in their hands.
Oh man, Kiyoshi had to leave off of that. For a second there, I was kind of thinking that Kiyoshi might be bandaging over there by that rock and might have just came right on back, but no point in doing so. Now the last one up, trying to go get those placement points for the rest of the team. Same with, actually, I totally expected 19 Esports to potentially chase that as well, but it does seem like that altercation is just out of there. No more fighting on that whatsoever. And we're starting to look at those other teams that haven't had a chance to make any sort of a rotation so far. And one of them being Mezexis. They're currently in Novo, of course. The zone, I should say, the circle just up to the northern side. It's like a zone like this. We've said it before, you know, if you don't have high priority in getting a good spot into this next one, you might as well just stay around in the safe spot that you know and continue looting. A little bit interesting backwards to go forwards movement from Taz here, maybe hoping to kind of scout it out from up here on top of the mountain. Not quite sure, but a couple more people need to go. Other people already getting vehicles and sending towards the center. If they don't get a move on soon, they might just be left behind.
Talk about being left behind, though. There's quite a lot of players for 4Pros so far. Leon is trying to book it in. Master OP's already found his footing inside the land. Not a lot of teams on the military island, so there's no point in camping the bridge out too. So might as well try and be a little bit more proactive in the early zones and go for that centralized position. I don't know how they're going to try and play it off this time, though. As you can see on the map, I mean, of course, the players cannot really see, or we can actually see it on the screens now, as Execute, they're spotting out a rotation in the front. It's going to be the players of BTOWN. BTOWN, so far, they're trying their best to get engaged in fights, but they're not really able to get those elim points for themselves. And somewhere down the line, maybe they'll need to try and get new things rolling for themselves. As you can see, they're prioritizing that high ground. They're going for the big boy mountain.
Yeah, it looks like Execute, if they wanted to go that direction, they're not going to go to that direction anymore. Instead, kind of choosing to go down to the southern side of Everest. Instead, BTOWN grabbing Everest. This is going to be a great space for them to be. As you can see, already trying to mess with other teams, popping tires. Of course, 19 Esports isn't going to be happy about that, but we'll see if they'll be able to protect their vehicles inside of crates. Execute now, trying to venture past Everest, seeing if there's a spot that they can play out of, just narrowly missing Lazarus from spotting them out on this road. Yeah, I was thinking they probably need some sort of a vehicle. One of them spotting one, they're going to go ahead and pick it up. Otherwise, oh wait, they got a bush buggy. They're going to be fine. They already have one, but they need a second one if they're hoping to rotate with the entire team. So that's what they're going to go grab. And since the plane pass was so southern, we know that in these first couple of circles, the southern part of the zone is going to be pretty dangerous. So anybody down here making a sort of rotation needs to be wary. They're aware that there's going to be a ton of people down here to the southern side. So later on, that's not going to be an issue, but it really is in these early circles.
Man, the circle's still quite big, though. And all the teams at this point in time, they're just waiting for the next circle shift. Because, of course, the next circle shift's going to be the most crucial one, deciding all the teams' fate currently. And I like how XSET are playing this. I like how XSET are thinking this out as well. They have the potato hill control, while they have another player in the front, which has to be kill switch. Even if things do go south for them, even if things are not really rolling on their court, they're just going to straight up send it with a 2-2 split. Personally love the way XSET are thinking this out. Polar Ace, the final man, is still alive. Kiyoshi, I don't think so. He has a lot of loot to work with as well, because he instantly got contested with a lot of teams. As you can see on the map, look at the amount of teams that are near ruins, and this is insane.
Yeah, it's from the plane path, but luckily, hopefully, they're going to start being able to spread out soon. You can see a ton of people are actually able to make that move up to the northern side, and luckily the zone decides to pull up there as well. The only issue here, Necro, is while it pulls to the north, it's still a 50-50 on whether or not it's going to go to the northern side or the southern side of this river. So people are going to have to choose carefully where they're going to want to play out of. And as you can see, everybody just sending it at this point. Honestly, I love Lazarus' position. They're able to grab a compound that's like just on a little bit of a right beside a bridge that they can prioritize the north or the south. A couple other people starting to make their move on in now too. I'm curious to see where everybody else is going to set themselves up, right? Because when it's a 50-50 like this, it's kind of a hard decision. Which one are we going to gamble for, or are we going to put ourselves in a quote-unquote safe position by being put in an area where we could go either way? Oh, but of course, there is some fighting on the rotations as this is happening, because sooner or later, people are going to be running into each other. So it looks like Vamp is going to lose a couple of members.
Well, that's not really that great of news, right? Because Vamp, they were trying to be really proactive. They were trying to be really early in the rotation as well, but now they also get caught off guard with the rotation. Lazarus is quite close, and it seems like they want to punish him. Still taking things quite slow as Execute right here. Dope in front of him. Dope, of course, one of those teams that won the previous game. They're going to feel quite great for themselves. You do not really want to challenge a fight against a team like that there, because they're probably going to be feeling on cloud 9. XSET as well, now they need to try and sweep their way in. They're going head-to-head against HTV. We do see in the kill feed XSET getting a couple of confirms on their hand, and they have already gone one elimination for the point for themselves. And surprisingly, this game of Erangel has been way slower compared to the previous game of Miramar.
I think it's because at this point, everybody is still focusing on rotating. This circle did not do anybody any favors, so everybody has just been in vehicles this whole time. And of course, some players, some teams are being really careful on it. I love seeing those big rotations over on the east and western sides specifically, making sure that they're not going to hardcore drive through any other teams and that they'll have a nice, safe, easy rotation. I think a couple of those teams super far up on the Severny side were the teams I'm specifically talking about, and we were just spectating here. Fate from Execute getting really close to the last member of Kiyoshi, but it looks like he'll be able to get out of there. And Kiyoshi, of course, trying to be quiet, but also gain information, just punching the air there. And everybody is, at this point, still trying to figure out a way to leave or rotate into a better spot. This ruins area is going to be a little bit messed up for a while, I feel like, with just how many people are here.
Oh, it's going to be really hard for the teams to try and make a rotation out. safe from this ruin side, because at this point they're kind of like locked over there. Even if one of the teams that decide to book it in the weak codes, they're going to take a lot of shots.
Oh no.
So it's going to be really tough. They're kind of like gridlocked right here. K19 as well against Vamp. Somehow Vamp, they're just being on the receiving end of these fights. They're just taking a lot of damage onto themselves while they're just trying to be proactive. And if I'm not wrong, now Vamp, they're just down to a two-man squad. Benny and Rage are the two players alive. Knights as well is on the right side. This is not the safest vehicle to travel in. It's also smoking quite a bit. So it's just going to be a lot of problems added on top of each other. And Vamp, they will need to find a survival path through that.
I was gonna say, and it's the absolute worst when you
oh my god
rotation as well. And yeah, the zone once again kind of hard shifting, pulling back down to the southern side. Yeah, everybody who tried to get ahead of the curve and make a rotation up on this northern side, they have to go right on back. This zone pulling back towards School Knights. Honestly, in a beautiful position to hold anybody out if they want to, but we'll see if they do that or if they prioritize getting in zone first themselves. 4 bros inside of Rozhawk. So far, that is the place to be, or even Mezexis inside of that school apartments area. We'll see where everybody else is going to try sending it into, but everybody is in vehicles. Look at all of those steering wheels. We know that there's going to be a lot of crashes and action happening very shortly, because with a hard shift like this is really where people start to scramble, trying to grab any sort of land that they can. Looks like Execute, they're going to start traversing into Watertown, where WallStreetBets are already set up. Even 24K up on top of this little watchtower here, definitely called out to his team, hey, there's a team coming on our western side, and I don't like the looks of them. Let's try and set up and take them out. The other two up towards the northern side, definitely setting themselves up for a fight. Have to be careful, because just look how many people are coming out of ruins, Necro. I mean, there's still going to be a lot of people moving. I'm sure we're going to see even more fights happening on these rotations.
Oh, of course we are, because you can take a look at the map already, right? The edge lines are filled up with a lot of team. Boring Protocols right on the edge as well. Then you have Execute and WallStreetBets in the Water City. And 24K, that position in the watchtower that he's found himself in. I still remember Week 1, League Play, Day 1, and Game 1 of Erangel. And 24K was on top of that watchtower, and he was just raining down bullets on the teams in the front. Before now, it's the Hitlist. The team that really needs this chicken dinner the most, they're also taking a lot of damage, but it's okay. At least they found the opening for them. They've opened the fray up. They've also gotten 1 elimination point for themselves just to get rid of those early jitters in the game of Sanhok. Dope right here as well. They've gotten 1 casualty on their side, but no elimination points so far. A rough starting for Dope in this game. But the hit list, this is quite a bold rotation. They just don't care about anything at this point in time. Even though Dope, they're right next to him, they're just straight up going to book it right in. And Dope as well, they do not want to give their position away, because Dope knows they're not in the best possible spots. Ooh. So might as well want to keep the secrecy still alive in the game. Lazarus and Knights head-to-head against each other. Isajats already went down. Kuseki's wall will be confirmed now, as Knights right here with 3 players up, and Lazarus will need to leave.
It looks like Knights chose to stay on the northern side and take fights. I was wondering what they were going to choose, but yeah, Fears, Joey, the last 2 up for Lazarus, unfortunately have to leave their last teammate behind to slowly bleed out. They're not sure if the Knights are going to be aggressive and push onto that, so they're going to try and get out of there, especially because it looks like they're choosing to make a big rotation all the way around to Yasnaya Poliana to then get in this next circle, once again pulling down to the southern side of this river. It really is a couple of teams that have been in these locations for the longest time. They're going to be happy. It looks like we got Boring Protocol 4 bros, definitely going to be the happiest teams just off center there. Everybody else, they're going to have to figure out ways to be making these rotations. XSET as well, finding their way in the center. But once again, here comes the great migration, right? Everybody in their vehicles, slowly driving, trying to find themselves a spot. But unlike the northern and eastern side of this zone, the entire southwest is just one big open field. We have a huge hill just cutting off everything in the center here. Honestly, it'll be interesting to see the interaction, the dynamics from the north and southern side where people are going to be setting up. But here we go. 19 Esports will find their way on in, sliding by Dope Esports, not going to take any damage when they found themselves a place to call home, while Dope, they have to continue to try and find a spot. And looks like maybe they're setting up to try and hold out some people as well, specifically from Watertown.
Oh man, I just love what XSET did right there. He straight up booked in right on top of the Rozhok hill. Now they also have a nice background to play, but I'm going to hold on to my words. This K19, they ram their vehicles in the compound, and 4Pros, they're being quite jealous of the fact that they'll need to try and share the same house together now. 8 players in the same house. 4Pros are inflicting a lot of hurt on the players of K19. Another one follows it up. Assess is quite low. K19 now, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Laurie catches a couple of bullets. Assess barely alive and cooking. Hanging on the edge. Laurie will need to try and heal himself back up. The final glimmer of hope for the side of 4Pros. Cess as well is going to be the final man standing for the side of K19. Going to confirm the knock and going to confirm the kill. Cess still alive, but I also love how proactive 4Pros are being here. They've also gotten the res on the fallen man. Master OP as well is right on top there. Catching a couple of bullets from all across the board. Both the teams have equal amount of pressure from all the sides.
And also even more pressure. Of course, we know K19 really needs these points currently at the bottom here, but 4Pros, they need it as well. They're actually right on the line in terms of qualifying for the Super Weekend or not. So they need to kind of figure this out as well, hopefully stay alive. Luckily, they're upstairs. There's still the majority of them. K19, a little bit of a worse situation. Only one of them left downstairs as well. Another team will be eliminated, though. Actually, our first team eliminated on Circle 4. That's kind of insane to think about. 15 teams are still alive. Everybody, at least. There's so many teams with just one person alive here, Necro. There's so many solos. But it looks like WallStreetBets finally coming out of Watertown will take down Menace. A couple members of Dope. They were trying to hold them out on the side of this hill here, and there's only one member of Dope left. Again, WallStreetBets is going to continue to push forward, but XSET, I love this proactivity. They actually decided to kind of push out on this hill and get involved with any fights happening over here, but oh, Dope is out.
Oh yeah, they are out. Boring Protocol, man, they just seems like they're quite in control of this final zone. They have the school cover to play with, or the school building to play with. And Cess, how is he still up and alive? He's barely hanging on right there. And finally, the snake's been spotted and now taken out. It was an imposter among us. And they're able to spot him out now. 3 players up for 4Pros. And look at the next circle shift. XSET, they're going to find themselves in a prime spot.
Ooh, okay. Here we go. Everybody else at this point that doesn't have a spot inside of this next zone are just sending it on in. Knights just going on ahead, sending it into northern side of Rozhok. Actually, very open for themselves, which is pretty nice. Spotting out 4Pros on their rotation. They're going to knock into at least one of them.
Disgusting.
This is insane. Yeah, he is going to take every opportunity that he can. Of course, 4Pros probably will be able to get that res, but Knights now will have a little bit of an idea of what they're dealing with. Maybe they want to go ahead and make a move on in and start dealing with another team, even spotting out Drago.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
He is just padding his ADR. They're doing so much damage. Stevo, I think, might be the only one left over there for WallStreetBets. They're not doing too well because the Hitlist XSET are just raining bullets down on top of them, and the Knights, of course, aren't making things any easier. And just look at the southern side of the zone as well. So many people are going to have to send it on in here soon, and XSET are kind of in that area where they have to hold them off.
Coops is making it look so easy. I mean, he makes me feel like he's playing in a shooting range. And he's just like lighting these players up on fire. But yeah, 4Pros this ball. They keep on bombarding the building in the front. He's heard a couple of footsteps. Laurie still need to try and figure out how you want to approach this compound right here. Acer from Boring Protocols. As I said, Boring Protocols, they're looking really methodical in this building. They looked in control, but now they're getting challenged or charged up on by Mezexis. It might just be 4-on-4 fight potentially. Let's find out who's going to be taking this one this time. Peralta, you need to watch out your back. And oh, Acer, how is he so oblivious about that fact? Did he not hear any footsteps?
He probably thought it was one of his teammates, but you're right. Now Boring Protocol is aware that there is an enemy team inside of their building. Now Spec laying prone. He's prepared and waiting for anybody else to push him. Carnage, we can see a little bit further from him. Mezexis going to start making the push even closer. Spec being quiet for now, though. He doesn't want them to know exactly where he is, so Mezexis is slowly starting to clear the upstairs, not realizing that Boring Protocol is actually all the way down on the first floor, and they're going to, of course, want to keep it that way. As much confusion as they can, as quiet as they can, and Spec actually preparing the nade. If anybody comes close, he's going to be able to toss that on in there. And same with Carnage, actually, preparing to toss that up the staircase. Unfortunately, not going to catch any of the members of Mezexis, but might give him a little bit more of an idea of where another person is. Mezexis even has one person outside, actually, who's going to be able to take down both Carnage and potentially Spec when she leaves his building. But Spec, he is waiting, he is hiding, and now, of course, Mezexis is there running out. If they're not careful, XSET is going to have all eye on them from that hill, and they might be taken down as well. Of course, Spec might just be able to shoot him in the back as well. Actually, as he's doing so, he takes one down. Peralta goes down. He almost got a second one too, but Spec immediately unpeaking, knowing that it was way too close. Boarding protocol does get taken out, and now Mezexis has to worry about XSET and their entry into the next zone.
Oh man, from the back he tried to strike and unfortunately couldn't really get much done. All he could get was a little knock on the players of Mezexis, but still they need to make their presence in the next zone as well. As you can see, XSET, that's quite a big split from their side. If I'm not wrong, it's a 2-1 split. J7's all the way up on top. It's more kind of like he has the slot booked up for the rest of his team. Polo G and JV, they're now going to start to move in. But they still have the huge high ground to play with. J7, he can just rain down bullets on these players in the front. He can just light them up on fire, and that's what he's exactly doing. He's just bursting it through, just hoping that maybe he's going to be able to find some connections. Peralta is going to move in quite close to the ridge, but they still need to make it out in the open. And as soon as they do so, J7 is going to find himself some nice free connections, or maybe nice free elimination points. On the top, XSET being the Overwatchers. They're also taking a lot of damage from the play zone. They have no other choice. Inactive as well behind this boundary line. Peralta is the only man in the front. They have ran out of smokes as well. How can they make this rotation? It has to be a Dunzo game at this point. Peralta is going to expose himself, catching a lot of bullets at the same time. Polo G is just going to rip him apart into pieces. Inactive as well. It's done. It's done.
Yeah, there's just way too much damage actually coming through from both XSET and 4 Bros over there on the eastern side. Of course, the majority of the teams at this point inside of Rozhok, that's going to be pretty nice for XSET being up on top of this hill. They're going to be able to just look down at this entire fight. We'll see if they'll be able to pick up any kills from there, though. It might be a little bit difficult, but they definitely, their attention will be on 4 Bros for now. Meanwhile, it looks like the Hitlist and the team right beside him, WallStreetBets, they're going to have to start focusing on each other. They're direct neighbors, and it's not looking too good, while the Knights can just chill up on the northern side. Let's see if they're going to be able to get a couple of kills from this, too. This point is just a waiting game with this next circle going to pop. People are waiting to see where it's going to go. Nobody's going to make a big, drastic change yet, but right when this pops, we're for sure going to see a next push.
Oh, we are, and 4 Bros as well. We do see on the kill feed, they're taking quite a lot of casualties. 2 players have already been taken down. It's all down to the final man alive. Hitlist in the front, one of the teams that's doing so great so far in the survival aspect of the game. XSET, they're trying to fight their way in. They're trying to sweep it in. Are they going to be able to do so? We might just see a Rozhok finish right here, but no, scratch that. The circle favors the lads of XSET. They find themselves in huge luck right now, as Drago, or Stevo, is quite low. Drago's right next to him. The smoke grenade's going to be the only last glimmer of hope for WallStreetBets right here. As soon as the smoke fades away, XSET, they're going to get a clear line of sight out from the top, right underneath them, and WallStreetBets, but that might just be it.
WallStreetBets, though, honestly, they might be in a position to get a good amount of kills here, because the Hitlist, they have to make a push towards them, and so do the Knights. So we'll see if WallStreetBets are going to be able to successfully hold their position, or maybe Knights and the Hitlist are going to start fighting each other. We'll see, though. We can see the Hitlist starting to make their move. Knights as well. They were kind of touching their vehicles. I wonder if they're thinking of making a big rotation up towards XSET, but first they're waiting for the zone to get a little bit smaller. They don't want to go ahead and make any rash decisions just yet. Wait for the people to start fighting before they make a move on in. Let Blue Zone be on their heels as they start moving. If they move now, they could waste a potential opportunity. They want the Hitlist and WallStreetBets to be moving first. It's unfortunate, though, that they're on the fast closing side of the zone. Yeah. They're still being patient, though, trying to make something happen with these nades, but unfortunately, everybody is still just hunkered down and waiting. J-Way actually getting a knock and a flush into Iconic from the Hitlist. It's not looking too good from there. and Coops actually getting a trade onto J-Way as well. Of course, that's not going to really help them out because they need to go ahead and focus on the people right in front of them unless they're deciding to make a big rotation up this hill. Tenza starting to push through the smoke on foot while the others actually inside of the vehicle. Yeah, here we go. The big fights inside of the city as the Hitlist actually, they decide to push out and in a fight with the Knights. WallStreetBets are just waiting by to get involved too.
Oh, they indeed are. Tensa's going to find himself in the front foot, just leading the entire pack as well. Knights, they're taking a lot of damage at the same time. Tensa realizes Steve was pinned in that little bathroom area. It's going to lob in Molotov, making sure he's not really going to get charged up on by Tensa. Nice, they're trying to get the reset in. WallStreetBets in the front with 2 players up. XSET, of course, having the high ground. It seems like stars will align, and XSET, they're looking to put on a stellar performance. As WallStreetBets, they found themselves pretty much pinned here. They're being suffocated down to their own death. Smoke grenades aren't going to be the only glimmer of hope for them, the only last hope alive. And Tensa is going to charge on in. He finds the knock on to Steve-O, also gets the confirmation. Knights, now it's a 3-on-3 situation as WallStreetBets, they have the final man alive, and he might just be the decider of these teams' fate. But Knights, they are in a world of trouble right now. Also playing from the high ground. XSET being the overwatcher, pretty much being the gods right now, just eyeing them down.
Oh, have to be careful though. Polo G almost revealing himself to get knocked here from Tenza. You're right, that last member up from WallStreetBets though might be able to make something happen in that grabbing second place. So we have to wait and see. The only thing that could shut it down is if the Knights are able to spot him out, but it doesn't look like he's ready to move anytime soon. The Knights also realize that they're kind of stuck at this building for right now. I bet all 3 pairs of eyes are on this one building by the Knights. The Knights were previously on fire, making it all the way to here. Such harsh rotations. Well, XSET have been up on top of this hill this whole time, but even this next zone is favoring XSET as well, pulling a little bit more down to the southwestern side, so Knights have to move. Nice use of smokes. Coop's trying to make the push happen. Let's see if this last member of WallStreetBets might be able to make something happen, but you're right, spotted him out, realized, but Coops takes him down, and XSET, this is the last fight. Will it be XSET or Knights to take this away? A nice knock from J-Way, gets 1, now 2 members from Knights, it's just on the Coops.
Yeah, they're just raining down death and destruction. Coops is trying to fight back. He's going to find the reply, though. Is he going to be able to reply back in style, though? That's what I want to know. Is he able to only find 1 so far? 2 players still in the court of XSET. J7 and JV are alive. The J duo for sure to make it happen. But Coops still moves out, finds another one, but gets instantly traded off by J7 right there. What a way to close it out. I called it. I called XSET, and that's what exactly happened. XSET, they take it home this time. You see, Span? You see, maybe I am the lucky charm for XSET.
Or, you know, I've chosen for this entire week, so maybe it is me. You know, I'm still wearing the red, the lucky red, but we'll see. No, that was a great win from XSET. I mean, I really love their proactivity as well. They were in that center of the compound for the longest time and on top of that hill, but they were pretty spread out for the longest time, making sure that no matter where they were taking a look around proactively and make sure nobody was going to get anywhere close to them. Of course, the Knights as well, though, they were just had such difficult rotations, yet they somehow were able to make it into the second place. Coops, once again, grabbing the most limbs and highest damage slots. I mean, is there really anything else to say about that?
There's legit nothing. I mean, we saw Coops just doing so much for his team, but unfortunately, Knights, they just get ruled out in the end by the zone. The zone was just not in their court for a really long time. It was just not favoring them anywhere. But XSET, that golden rotation, that high-risk, high-reward rotation right there, it paid off for them. But it seems like, Spam, that's going to be it from our side, and it's my time to take a leave as well. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after a short break. Up in there, Logan. Oh, this man's definitely got nerves of steel without a doubt. Logan's also taking a lot of shots from the back. The sound sense not present for him. There we go. HTV's on their hit list. Here comes the push. What? The Rams the Winkle that pops him out. That pops the enemy man like popcorn.
3 up. That's pretty solid. This might be one of their better games here this evening, but it's Boom. We saw yesterday Boom putting in a ton of work with Util. Gonna be tossing a volley over the hill. Midnight with the M4. Getting connected on right there. Down to just 1 for Third Eye. I don't want to spot.
Maybe you should hit some of these players up, dude. But, oh, what? Okay, 100T. No wonder your name is 100T. No wonder their name is 100T, Dave. They just keep on getting in so much trouble.
Just try to keep up, maintain. Even 2 points this game, in my eyes, will help them maintain. But, ooh, look at that, though, out there.
There we go, though. H2A again on the aggressive page. Shuang, as you mentioned, just popping and weaving through. Does realize there's a man in the front. We'll take care of him that easily. John as well, and Ogilvy, they're losing all players now. One man be taken out. There we go. Sunny strikes in, is able to take him out, but it doesn't matter.
Can't really see much. I'm sure Sixless was like in the team comms, like, hello? Who's this? Sunny now, M249, running across this open field right. HQA, it looks like they're still trying to steamroll over here on this north end. Yep, they're gonna be popping up. They took out the game changers. Some pig popping their head up. Oh, look at that, the double. Can we get another one? Some pig, dude, 2 health, 2 HP. Did not slow down. Pushed over the hill.
Sunny will go down. No utility utilization this late in the game. I don't exactly know why is that the case, but still HQA, as long as they're able to win this fight, that's all that matters. There's a little separation from HTV. They're trying their best to fight back, but no. Threat. And Ogilvy will be able to pop off. If Jason's being taken care of, and Ogilvy as well will pretty much crumble down. So Jason's kind of like the star player for that team. Mute, taken down quite low with that nade. But here comes the push from Bolt. He spots out the toes, and that's all he needs. Looking to capitalize on that fact, but again, Third Eye is one of those teams that is right on the bottom of the board. And if they are able to wipe out Lotus, they're definitely going to make a huge statement. Grenade, yep, cooked to perfection. And well, there you go. Jazz finds an opening right over there. Lotus, somewhere down line, the struggle clearly seen. Salt, the kill leader right there. And well, it's just Jazz, the man's looking unstoppable. He's looking like the unstoppable force of nature. And Third Eye.
G3 though, I want to see Jazz just let that thing rip, that light machine gun, especially in this situation. Oh, here it is, up close and personal. See ya. The MG3.
What's up, everybody? We're back here. That was a heck of a match. I'm so glad that was the one Erangel we're playing today. And oh, I don't think it could have been any better. Just like our energy drink partner, Monster Energy, right? Our official energy drink partner. Guys, this is insane. That last match, the defending champs versus possibly, the new champs going at it. XSET ended up on top, but man, Coops, he did not go out with that.
Thankfully, this is my last season.
XD. Gotta add the XD.
I was trying to do it. Okay, Russell.
My heart, Russell. No, dude, don't say that.
Don't leave us.
Not like this. Not like this. 7. Hold on, I gotta recover. 7, just take over right now.
Yeah,
break down this.
I got this. Okay, I'm trying to recover too. XSET though, 28 points, 13 elims. Oh man, as you said, the defending champions definitely showing up. But Knights, I'm telling you, Coops is just a special player. I saw him turn up on the player that was on top of the hill of XSET, and it was just perfection, okay? Just pure perfection. If the other XSET player wouldn't have been so close, I think Coops might have actually been able to clutch that up. And then we go here towards the second page. Boring Protocol, 3 points. HTV Esports, come on, 3 points. Vamp. And then K19, I see why you tweeted that out. Russell. I honestly, I don't blame him, Hydrix.
I don't blame him either. You know, it hurts because at the end of the day, I played with him before. I've seen what this guy could do. He is definitely a talented player. But, you know, at the same time, this is a team game, right? The whole squad has to be in it. They have to be on point. And, you know, when you bust out a tweet like that before this last day starts, too, it just kind of shows that, hey, you know what? You've kind of put yourself with the same mentality. So K19, oh, man, it's there's still a couple matches left to go. But,
you got the pan.
Oh, the pan.
You got the pan, 7.
Oh, wait, what? Oh, man, I was over here just... We can't... Yo. Oh, okay, I'm going to have to go back and watch it. I was over here just thinking, like, how are you going to put out a tweet like that?
We got to talk about these highlights.
Over.
We got to get off the tweet. We're on the highlights now, okay? I'm done talking about that. We're talking about all the amazing plays that are here.
Sadness.
You're done. You're done now, okay? You've mourned enough. But now we got to talk about what we're seeing on the screen. First of all, Four Bros. We didn't even get a chance to touch on Four Bros, who were on the first page, and they were one of those teams that was on the bubble, okay, and needed to get some points on the board. They did that in this match. They got a good chunk of points for themselves. Much better performance so far for the day, at least. But the end game here, once again, and we saw this in the stats at the beginning of the show. We had Drago alive for WallStreetBets, who got themselves in a really solid top position. They got some good elims on the board. He's the one player that's been staying alive for them the longest, continuing to do that. And then, like Jukes was saying, the defending champs versus the potential new champs. And you can see these final moments here. Coops almost had him.
He did, dude. I mean, that was gross.
He really did.
I mean,
I think it might have been right here. I think it might have been... Okay, so it's not that player. That, J-Way. Okay, keep an eye out on J-Way, the way just Coops is going to be able to snap on it. We'll be able to see it again later on once we show you the flyover of this fight. But right here, oh my God, J-Way, how'd you gonna get smacked like that? Oh. Right, if it wouldn't have been for J7 being right there, I honestly think Coops Glitter would have won that fight. And we can see here the top damage from all these teams.
See, and we've seen Coops have those crazy clutches before, so I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I think he's capable of doing some insane plays, and had that one factor been different, he probably would have come out on top. At 2,500 damage there for XSET, almost 2K for the Knights. Moving on down the list, though, I feel like we've seen this a couple times here today. We've got almost 1,000 damage out of Boring Protocol, but only 2 elims. But this is what I'm talking about. 4 Bros, 6 elims. That's what they need to do. To be fair, this is that one map we talked about it. Everybody should know how to do their best on this map, so it does make it that much harder when you're going up against all of the monstrous teams that we have in this lobby. But we even had the hit list up there, 7.
Yes. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you. I was hoping you would say the hit list because this is the one that we were talking about, too. I mean, with 2 elims, but being able to get those 8 placement points, that is going to be clutch points. And you know what? Let's compare yesterday to what they have been able to do today. The damage, double it. All right? Almost. You know what? I'm going to call it double it. Average points, 5.33. And if we go back, like if you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching right now, go all the way back to day 1. I was saying if these teams want to qualify, they need to start averaging about 5 points a match. And then the elims too, 2.67. Like, these are not super crazy stats. The average survival time, you can see it has gone up to, it's gonna help you out so much with the placement points too, as they were able to showcase there in that last match. And I'm hoping, Hitlist, I'm hoping you'll make it even closer for us here as we go to the final games of the day.
Man, I was about to say, I don't know if that's enough, though. I don't know if that match was it. I mean, I think it's going to come down to the final matches here for the Hitlist. About to see the overall here in a little bit. But first, of course, let's just, play that flyover that last fight once again. XSET there going up against the Knights. It was just so beautiful. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. I think if Coops didn't have that UMP there, right? Not the fact that it was just J7. If he didn't use that UMP at the end and didn't have to reload, I still think he would have bad beat J7. That's how insane this guy is. Like, literally, you peek for even a couple seconds, and he's popping them heads. So I think that J7 just timed that one perfectly to catch him during a reload to be able to get that play done.
Yes and no, because with the way Coops was able to smack Polo with the M4, and he was able to smack J-Way there too, and the way that the UMP has been so OP in PUBG Mobile recently, I don't want to put the blame on that. I think it came down to timing. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. That's what I wanted to see again. Polo, you know what? That's right, Polo. Thank you. I finally got what I wanted, Glitter.
I'm proud of you. Okay, I'm proud that you got what you want. Oh, but okay, we're looking at the XSET team sets, and I wanted to see what this was going to be because I think we've now gotten used to Killswitch being on top, Polo being on top. This time it's Jay, and this is what I'm loving that we're seeing for the new trend of X is that they're almost rotating who is the player that's really carrying for a specific match. 6 elims onto Jay, 4 knocks. I mean, this is a solid performance, and then across the board, everybody was really pulling their weight. So this type of consistency out of all of the players of XSET is massive because I think we've called out J7 here and there, we've called out Jay here and there, and they were not at the bottom for those stats this time around.
Especially with J7, I think the improvement that he has had from what we have seen before, it has helped his team out immensely, and hopefully he can continue on those kind of performances. And you know what, talking about players, talking about improvements, I do want to see the top 3 players for today. Oh, okay. Yo, listen, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting to see Tensa there. I was expecting to see Coop, especially what after I just saw. But Tensa, this is a great surprise, and this gets me even more hyped up for the next Super Weekend because it's like a puzzle piece, Glitter. We talked about it before with Coops and Xenox, and I think it's going to start happening here shortly with Coops, Tensa, and Xenox. We've seen what some of the other teams can do when they have more than just 2 players popping off. I'm talking about Nova with Koi, Shifan, and QC. Oh. Talk dirty to me, teams. Talk dirty to me.
Look at that. You see that Tensa pose right there? I think the reason why he's popping off is because I think he's doing his Glitter impression. You know?
Oh.
Look at that. You know? Shout out to my man Tensa. Shout out to my man Tensa, dude. Let's go over to the overall rankings here. Boom! Here it is, the first page. Of course, you know, this is great for those players. At the end of the day, though, right, we're going to be focusing on that second page big time. Ain't that right, Glitter?
Yeah, but I'm still stuck on Nova's elims. 81 elims. Look at everybody else on this first page.
Yikes.
No one even comes close. Boring Protocol's the only one who's even remotely close at 60. Insane, Nova. Keep up the good work. But like Jukes was saying, moving on to the second page, this is where things are going to start to get a little bit interesting. Chosen. Okay, 4 bros, Vamp, The Chosen, and HTV all are scary close. You don't get that gap until you get between 12th and 13th. So at this point, we've got 2 matches left on the day. And oh my God, it's literally tied 7. It's tied at 16th and 17th.
I was waiting for it, okay? I was waiting for it because this is what it comes down to. I mean, and keep in mind, HTV, luckily for them, they have 1 match less played than the Hitlist, Execute, BTOWN. I'm not even going to mention K19 unless they show something insane here in this next game. But with HTV having that advantage, I think it's going to put even more pressure on the Hitlist. Luckily, the Hitlist was able to perform in some kind of way during that last match. But now it's just going to become a nail-biter. And we see some of these teams kind of crumble under the pressure. Some of the teams actually excel under pressure. I'm talking about W2D3 Esports. Oh, I can't wait. It's a Miramar or Sanhok the next one? I can't remember.
Going to Miramar, I believe.
Both.
Right, so it's going to be both
Sanhok.
coming up. I'm just ready for it.
You know what, Jukes?
What's up?
You know what? We were talking about this earlier. Some of the curses, you know. Sute even mentioned it. He wanted to see a versus between himself and Glitter. So why don't we give him what he asked for?
Oh my gosh! Just
curse power
on the curse power. Just LOL. Makes total sense, dude. Faith in team. He's trying.
Fans.
Oh my.
Curse reversal, big time. I like it. Sute, huh?
The Uno reverse card is in full effect with Glitter. All right, guys, thank you so much. Still 2 matches here left to go. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters here for this one. And, you know, I think it's chicken dinner time here, especially for a squad like K19. It's crazy to say they can still make it, but it has to be a chicken dinner right here, right now, or they are done for it. What do you think about that, Zute? Tell me. Tell them. I got to go. See ya.
Yeah, I'll see ya, Hot Jukes. Well, K19, they're not gonna be making it, and then they're gonna miss 2 Super Weekends. We're pretty much done. I mean, I think they're pretty much done. As we hop into Miramar span, I still can't get over that graphic. That head-to-head, absolutely beautiful.
I was just focused on the nope. I didn't even get to read everything. I definitely am gonna need to go back and re-look at that once again. It's like I'm kind of it's like Lauren Glitter with the absolute just amazing ability to choose people, and then you cursing people. I don't even know what to say. I'm so sorry, Zute, is all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, the worst part is, like, I'm making my picks or analysis off of, you know, historical data. You know, like the hit list, do well in Sanhok. I pick them, they don't do well in Sanhok. Lazarus did well last Super Weekend. I picked them, they don't do well this week. Like, give me a break. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like, it's at this point, I've just accepted the fact it is how it is. But going on to this Miramar match, the second to last match of the day, we only got one more after this, and we saw it on the overall leaderboards. You know, everyone's, or not everyone, but teams are definitely fighting for that top 16. Right now, 16th and 17th, completely tied in points. And the points below and above that, extremely close as we get a very, very northeastern circle. And Hajux asked me about K19. I'm not going to say anything, but that circle, you know, does favor K19 right now.
Okay. You know, just keep a couple of the other teams out of your mouth, you know? Like, don't say the hit list, don't say... Okay, but anyway, you're right. That looks great for K19. I mean, their drop is usually at Lazarus. This is the first circle that I feel like has actually gone up there for this entire weekend. Yeah. So they're probably going to be very happy about that. I mean, they're going to be able to get first priority wherever they want to go. So it'll be interesting where they're going to choose. I have a feeling it's probably going to be around that junkyard area. And everybody else, they're going to have to kind of get used to this. We haven't seen it over here in quite a while, but it might be explosive, just as Menace getting a beautiful knock on a Zifon there. Nova's not going to be happy about that. A big fight happening down here in Puerto. This is usually where these teams drop down here. We haven't seen yet an altercation like this, though.
That was a great way to intro into this fight. Just a grenade explosion right off the bat, and one of the Nova players knocked. But Nova gets a quick trade and confirmation in return. It's now down to a 3v3 situation. Nova keeping one player in the far back on top of the hill. So we have QZ on the close range. We know how deadly this player is when it comes to close range fights, and Koi also. I don't know where the third player of Dope is. I think the third, oh, I see on the minimap. Third player of Dope is further away, but this fight's gonna start going out right now. QZ with the Molotov and the pre-fire, no connections just yet.
Nope, and it looks like Flash is going to play this a little bit carefully, taking a little bit slow, but unfortunately he dropped in QZ. He's going to all-out push on that. No way! His teammate is there to help him out. A big explosion, and of course some bullets to take down one. Almost taking down Koi as well, but he's going to back off at half HP. We can see his last teammate super far over on the western side of that mini-map, so he's too far away to help out his teammate just yet. So Koi, he has to play this really carefully. I mean, luckily it looks like only the Flash is getting really close up here, but still having to pause to heal really shortly before his teammate Menace is going to be able to help out as well.
I love that bait by Flash. He stood his ground and fought a little bit and made it convincing enough that it was just him. So with that, when he fell back, I think the Nova players thought they had the advantage because he definitely turned his back and it looked like it was in a full retreat, but it was a bait.
Oh.
The other supporting player was there, but now Kindness from far range with the M4. I wonder what kind of scope he used for that knock. There's a chance it was maybe even just a red dot. Koi taking some shots, misses the burst, takes a little bit of damage. He has no meds left. He's going to back up as Menace tries to get closer to take that engagement with Koi. We're down to a 2v2.
Oh!
Oh!
No way! Oh man, okay, looks like Koi's gonna lose that one. Menace succeeds. It's down to just Menace and Pan though. Kindness kind of having to wait in his own ground now, knowing that there's somebody directly below him. I'm sure that his teammate is going to be coming and joining him shortly as well, and that's just not going to put Kindness in a great spot. But of course, he's rather take the fight now before it's going to be a 2v1. So he's just testing the waters right there. And here we go, the push actually happening. Kindness, unfortunately, taking the damage there. Pan still completely fine. He's going to start pushing forward. Unfortunately, he goes into the wrong room there, but he's waiting for his teammate to get any closer. You can see him just trying to cross the road.
Oh, misses. Yeah, he was trying to get on that ledge right there, doing that window trick, but moves a little bit too much. But the thing is, I like what Pan is doing here. He's applying a lot of pressure, so it allows for his teammate to run up to help, but Kindness knows this is happening. So Kindness is going to go aggressive instead and catches Pan just as he enters the door. And now it's a 1v1. And Menace, I don't think Menace ever got any meds. Yeah, he's down to 1 HP. This is Kindness. He's about to get a 4K onto the dope team. All 4. Half HP versus 1 HP. Menace is boosting up or bandaging as well. Look at this standoff. Both players just bandaging because that's all they got left. But of course, Kindness will heal up more than Menace. Menace with the level 1 vest, almost shredded. Kindness with no vest, but a level 3 helmet. UMP versus M4. Advantage goes over to Kindness for sure. As Menace peeks over, and Kindness, he gets the 4K. Nova will continue this match, but with only 1 player, but they started off with at least 4 points.
A little bit of a celebration shoot at the end there. That was a nice 4K, you're right. And unfortunately, I mean, at this point, luckily, Dope is far enough up there where they're going to be safe and they need to be making it to this next Super Weekend. But of course, it's not a good feeling, especially in the only Miramar, the last Miramar of today, second to last game. So we'll see now, though. Nova, super handicapped, only having 1 person left. So Kindness, he has to kind of play the rest of the game just for his team. And that's going to be difficult as a solo. Of course, don't count them out. They do have opportunities to be absolutely huge players. For some teams, they can choose who's going to win or lose, but definitely not an ideal situation is what I'm trying to say for Kindness.
Yeah, Kindness, I mean, we do say it's the league week. The Nova's already secured, you know, their next week Super Weekend. But this is, in a way, you know, good practice potentially. You know, you never know when you might get into these altercations where you are the last person alive early on into the game. And I think it was actually the nade that did a lot of damage. It was a team nade coupled with the enemy player with the support lines and shooting that, you know, where it kind of all went wrong. So maybe need to clean up their comms a little bit there, but that's fine. Nova, we've seen them, you know, shine really great last week and this week. Mishaps do happen from time to time. Nothing to really be too concerned about. And yeah, for Kindness, you can treat this as a potential practice situation, seeing how best to just be a solo player early on into the game. Taking a look at the minimap though, this hard west northwestern, or not west, this hard east northeastern circle. See a lot of teams already rotating in early with such a huge dynamic shift. See some teams making spread positions, boring protocol near the center. K19 chilling right in the middle of the zone. That's always good to see, especially with them getting such a nice zone. Polar Ace and HTV on the southeastern side. HTV really need these points. They're on the cusp of being eliminated from the Super Weekend next week.
And it also looks like HTV is starting to make a big rotation around. A little bit worried because of how close Polar Ace is, but a lot of teams actually are still pretty split up at this point, right? It's still kind of early on in this first circle. It is about to close and reveal circle 2, but Polar Ace super spread out for right now, probably just trying to hold down whatever space that they can. I mean, I love early splits like this because they're just trying to grab as much territory as they can for this next zone to shift. Unfortunately, it doesn't really go in their favor. Of course, all of them still kind of in at the very southern point of this zone, but they ought to realize that this isn't an ideal location for them. So they're probably going to continue to push forward just like everybody else is. Once again, everybody getting in vehicles at this point, and K19 still being able to stay in their El Azahar drop, which is going to be really nice for them.
I think K19, it's a nice central spot. I almost want to say they need to spread out a little more, take advantage of this nice circle, control more grounds, but with K19 being so shaky, the split might not be the best idea as the players right now are just individually not performing well enough to be able to do this. We'll see how it plays out though as Boring Protocol rotating in more center. TC, The Chosen, getting into a fight with 19 Esports, The Chosen. Also one of the teams that kind of need the points. I mean, they're right now, taking a look at the overall, sitting in 15th place. They have this game and one more game. So they are potentially being eliminated from the Super Weekend 2 as Opa does get confirmed and eliminated. But TCU Gotcha with a nice Overwatch angle. He should be able to lay in a lot of damage. He's backing up, however. I think he realizes he doesn't want to get third party potentially. Gotcha, a little bit of a lack of confidence, I almost want to say, because He does have a timing and an opportunity to pick up some points for his teammates, but understandable now that they're down to 3 and he's the sole player on that northern hillside. TC, in fact, is going to just completely back up as they realize another team has pulled up to join the fray. 4 bros coming in pretty strong, trying to third party, looking really good. 3 points already, and 4 members up. Yep, TC is definitely going to relocate, as I think they do want to get a bit more into a central position too. This fight that they were taking, they were fine with taking in a 4v4, but with a third team involved, you definitely don't feel as comfortable.
Oh, here we go. Big nade as well. Actually trading nades, and Master OP basically just leans right on into it. Huge nade coming through from SB. But he tried pushing forward, assumably, to get the flush on it, and Lori is going to be there to get the last member of 19 Esports out of here. So now 14 teams are left grabbing the vehicles. They do have to get a little bit further inside of this zone because they're still playing just on the edge. Of course, there's still a couple of people right in front of them, so they're still going to have to fight through that. And 4 bros, we know that they're still around that cusp. They're going to go on ahead and need it and want it. HQA King Pig also getting really close to K19, actually starting to toss over some utility. K19, this is their first fight that they're getting into with them getting such a good position from the first couple of zones. I'm just hoping that they're going to be able to hold it down, honestly.
K19, they need a chicken too. That's how far down they are. And whoa, which area of the map is this? This is on the very northeastern side. I've actually... Wait. Has that tower always been there? And in play? I know Erangel got an update. Miramar, yeah, I guess this has always been here. No? I mean, I've never seen this area being, you know, utilized in competitive play. Because we rarely ever get, you know, a zone up here, or let alone 2 teams fighting up here. So that's really cool to see. That tower, I mean, you see the advantage it gave the Panthers right now. Panthers already taking 2 players down from Lazarus. That is one... Yo, I would love to see a zone end up here. Like, look at the stagnated elevation leading all the way up to this area. It's like multiple hillsides, and then you get this giant warehouse plus this cool tower just placed on the very top. Wow. I mean, Miramar, it's a huge map. It's a very huge map. A lot of the parts of the map we have not even really seen in competitive play yet.
Yeah, you're right. And that's why I was actually kind of excited about this circle appearing so far up northeast, because I really thought that that was an opportunity for it to kind of go into these crazy locations. Of course, I would have even loved for it to gone even further north, even north of Lazarus, but it's still over here. We're still going to see a pretty far eastern zone play, and those are pretty exciting in my opinion, because you're right, you don't really get to see these as often. So we'll see how everybody's going to be able to deal with it. Mezexis at this point kind of trying to hold out Polar Ace, but now realizing that they have to start getting a move on. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a great spot in this, because it's finally getting to that point, Zute, where I feel like all of the really well-known and useful spots are being taken. I mean, otherwise, there's so many like ridges people can play out of, but otherwise, it's pretty scary to kind of depend on.
100%. HTV on the southern side, the southern edge. Right now, the update with the circle is that now it's XSET playing a huge 1-1-1 split, taking up pretty much almost like 70% of the zone. And then the edges of the circle, of course, are getting more and more congested on the western side as the circle keeps on shifting to the east. The Chosen down to 2 players now. They disengaged earlier to try and find a better position in the circle. Now they just end up finding themselves on the edge again. Mezexis and Polar Ace getting into an altercation. Polar Ace, that's 2 players down for them already. Mezexis looking really good. Just really dominating Polar Ace, but a nice trade by Blinky to try and maintain some leverage in the fight.
Unfortunately, he got re-knocked back, though. Trey approaching. He's going to be able to get that knock, but super low. He needs to heal as fast as possible before another push happens, but it looks like it's down to a 1v1 kind of a situation here. You hear going for the reses, though. That means Mezexis is going to have a little bit of an advantage because he's going to be able to get 2 people up, a 1v2, and of course the other person's going to start going for another res unless this nades just put an end to it all. Will it do it? Oh man, it does actually get a re-knock onto you here, but he had already gotten the res onto Taz. It does look like he gets a flush on one of the Plurious members. Trey going for the res as well. This might just be a 2v2, but Trey, he's going to try and push forward to end it.
Trey with a touchdown nade right there. Beautiful nade. If that nade did not connect, it'd be 3 Mezexis up while he still tries to get that revive. So completely turns the fight back to a 50-50, 2v2 situation. Zone has shifted very close by, so they're not under too much pressure to make a move on. But Trey will get this kind of advantage over here on this cliff side as they try and stay alive using the smokes, but the smoke's not blooming enough, and that's a mistake right there, completely forgetting that the Polar Ace team is here. 2v1 now. TC's close by. They should try to look to third party this.
But out they go. All I have to say is Trey pulling up for his team. I feel like Trey really won that for his team there. Of course, only 2 of them left alive. Luckily, the zone is going to be pretty nice, pulling right above them, though. So they don't have too far to go on how to make a rotation, but the Chosen will appear. Godji getting a knock and the flush and Necronix immediately. Let's see if Trey's going to be able to do his magic once again for Polar Ace, or if this is going to be the end of the road for them.
Well, Trey's got some hard cover to hide behind. A little bit conspicuous, though, as it is just one shack. Kind of gives TC a decent idea of where this player might be, but another third party coming in from behind. It's actually HTV trying to wrap in on the south side, and TC getting done unto them what they just tried to do to Polar Ace, and that is TC taken out. They only managed to get 2 points that match. It's something, but they're definitely not feeling too comfortable with their overall points as the circle is starting to close. Teams are starting to congest once again. Circle, by the way, more to the east once again.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving this dynamics of this terrain. It's like super high over on the western side, then goes all the way to the low side on the east. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who kind of camps out where here. XSET kind of being up on top of the hill. Looks like they're in a little bit of trouble. And even 4 Bros being on the upper land. They're taking a look down towards HTV, kind of stuck down below in this bowl. This road really kind of being that half and half point between that high ground and low ground. We'll have to keep an eye on it and what exactly happens from there. But it looks like XSET still being able to survive, still 3 up, and chasing off Lazarus in the meantime. They just took a big fight up here. They still have to worry about behind them because a lot more teams are still coming in that direction, actually.
Yeah, XSET, they had prime positioning this entire game pretty much going into the third circle. And I respect them playing that huge split, but you see Killswitch didn't manage to get eliminated due to that big split. But this is the league week, so practice is always good. XSET still strong with 3, with a lot of options to play from depending on where the next circle goes to. As we do bring up on the mini-map, Panthers coming in from the northern side with 7 points in elimination. Make that 8. I love the way the Panthers play. They are not a team that is worried about getting positioning in the circle. They will always maintain and fight their way in from the edge. And I just love the fact that they could do it over and over again so well, just controlling everything. The circle goes further to the south. K19, another team with 4 players alive. We'll see what they could do here. 4 Bros getting gifted that zone on the southern side.
I'd be a little bit scared about HTV still being on my southern side, though. Before Bros, I mean, there's so many ridges right in that area that I'm sure that they're fine. I was saying that I absolutely love what the Panthers are doing because they're so split, yet still getting so many kills that seeing this next zone shift, I'm really curious to see how they're going to take it, basically, because it's going to be a pretty difficult cross, in all honesty. This northern side, like right above 4 Bros, is going to be absolutely filled with everybody on the edge right here. One of these fights with BOP, Boring Protocol, HQA, whoever is going to win this, they're going to start pushing into that open area. And of course, they're going to have to stare down K19 as well. So we'll see what happens. HQA being in the center, though, it ought to not feel good.
Yeah, K19 starting to make a move here. King Pig defending. Russell goes down and gets confirmed. Sess coming in from the off angle. It's a good trade. But K19 ultimately will lose a single player, and they need every single player up possible to secure as many points, and if not, get the chicken dinner. Juancho coming in, gets the confirmation. This should be an easy cleanup for K19. but they got the Boring Protocol team that's going to be running into them right afterwards. And great nade by Juancho. This is looking okay right now for K19 as they try and rotate their way into the northern edge of the zone.
Uh-oh. And here's the Panthers. We're waiting to see how they're going to get in, and it looks like it's going to start off with wiping WallStreetBets. Drago just unfortunately cannot hold it down. They made a huge rotation down to the southern side. Now, I was expecting them to start setting sights on HTV, but maybe they haven't quite spotted them out just yet. Instead, focusing on the people on the other side of the road. A couple of shots just to make sure that they're not looking at them. 4 bros. Oh, man, I was wondering what kind of a ridge that they were playing in, and it looks insane. They're particularly from all sides, kind of in control of any kind of peaks onto anyone. Of course, still have to be careful because right beside them, here comes Spec. Boring Protocol is slowly getting closer and closer, and if 4 bros doesn't find that out or hear him, it's not going to be good.
Boring Protocol on the western side. I think they're just trying to maintain spacing and get info, as they know the next circle is going to shift, so they want to plan in advance of what they will do next. Not taking any unnecessary fights as of yet. Circle's going to switch up on us very soon, and it goes right onto XSET. So the circle's cut between some high ground and low ground with that, gaping ridge right in the middle. The Panthers on that southeastern side, they also got 3 players to work with. And just as I say that, Spec gets a very nice knock onto Frady.
I love this split coming in from Boring Protocol as well. It looks like they're trying to really split up and see where they can really go on ahead and take. But 4 bros being right in front of them isn't going to be helpful. And same with HTV down to their southern side. You can see Angry Q is still being super active down here. Even though they're not inside zone, they're still trying to really bother everybody up to their northern side. But soon they're going to have to focus on somehow getting inside of this next zone. And honestly, they might just want to go ahead and cross the road onto the Panthers, maybe take a fight with them and just run up that road to get on in. Lazarus getting eliminated right away as well. 6 teams are now left. And honestly, it's still looking really good for 4 bros and XSET. But we'll have to see. 4 bros, they're going to start taking a fight really shortly, as we can see them looking in the direction of Boring Protocol. They're going to knock it to 1, but the res already coming through.
4 bros doing a great job. Oh, I thought Sam was definitely going to go down there. He's peeking for quite a while. Leon missing a few shots right there, not able to get that knock. 4 bros, they're going to have to mount this defense, as it looks like Boring Protocol is going to decide to push on in. Might decide to wrap in a little bit on the southern side and cut straight up into them rather than driving directly. We see Acer coming in, making the first move. Spec close by, giving him the cover. Good grenade by Russ. We'll force Acer back just a little bit, but oh, now we got the Panthers coming in on the opposite end. It's going to distract 4 bros a little bit, but the nade is good. Acer goes down.
Oh boy. Now Spec, he's laying prone. He knows that the push is going to be coming shortly from somebody. He doesn't know quite where, though. On the northern side, he gets a knock at 1, tries to switch the guns, but Lori is there to get the trade. Boring Protocol is officially eliminated. Let's see if Lori's going to be able to get a res onto this. But XSET as well, coming through from the church. They have to be careful, because if he's up on top of that roof, he just might be able to see this fight happen right here. And the Panthers, of course, sniffing out, hearing this fight. They took that as their opportunity to cross this road here, Zute. They knew that they needed a third party. This is what they needed. They were able to successfully get across. Now they just have to clean it up if they're hoping to be the team that gets in that 3rd place position. But 4 bros, honestly, were able to kind of recover pretty quickly. They got their last res up. They're all healed back up. They just have to worry about K19 kind of poking at them from the north.
This Panther team looking pretty strong, though, as, ooh, nice nade by 4 bros. I think they're going to decide to take this fight. 3v2, and they kind of have the advantage right here, coming in over the top. Shots going out, and that's 1 almost down, but does not get the full connection in. Second spray through the smoke will be good. 1v1, yeah, 4 bros, this is down to 1v1, and Huayuya clutches up for the Panthers, and he's going to be able to get that reset to the rest of his 2 teammates. The Panthers right now with 15 eliminations. We're down to a 3-way fight. 3 from Panthers, 3 from K19, 3 from XSET, and the zone once again favors XSET. And XSET's got this gnarly compound to work with this rooftop that J-Way's on.
I'm very excited about this, especially actually with the bolt that he is using. He knows exactly where K19 is, trying to get a pick through the smoke. Unfortunately, just not hitting. But honestly, they just need to keep applying the pressure, right, Zute? I mean, they just need to make sure that none of them are going to be getting close to them whatsoever. Wait for the blue zone to kind of do the work for them and make them come on in. But it looks like K19, realizing the situation that they're in, they're just going to full-on crash into here. Unfortunately, they're not crashing onto an entryway, so they're kind of having to push on over to the entrance. And it doesn't look like they're taking it any further from there. The Panthers doing the same thing on the other side, but Polo G, he is effectively holding them out, and the Panthers will be the next team out. Valak, he is starting to try and join the fight. K19 fully pushing into the church, but unfortunately, Valak is too late. It's a 2v3 at this point. Let's see if XSET's going to be able to take out K19, but they're now fully inside of the church to take this fight. They just are waiting for the push to happen.
K19 was desperately hoping that the Panthers could do something for them. Maybe knock an XSET player, maybe even take out an XSET player, but the XSET defense was too good. They take out the Panthers, no casualties, and they take down one more from K19. 2v3 situation. XSET has man advantage, and they have the rooftop advantage as well. It's not looking too good for K19. XSET can drop down on top of K19 at the most opportune time. We got Cess and Juancho left for K19. I want to say if one of these players can clutch up, we might see a 2v3, but honestly, we haven't seen too much out of K19. This will be their defining, shining moment. XSET, though, have been playing so good. They're not going to give this one away for free.
If I was able to bite my nails right now instead of cast, they would all be gone, honestly, because K19, you're right, they need this. Two of them still being alive. I'm a little bit nervous because just the odds of the trades is obviously not in their favor. So that means one of them, either Juancho or Sus, they're really going to have to get 2 knocks, you know, instead of the usual 1. So I'm just curious to see if they're going to be able to do so. The thing is you can see XSET, they're slowly just spreading out. They're making sure that they have every single possible angle for them to be moving out of this church, and that means K19 isn't gonna know where XSET is, but XSET of course knows exactly the exit that K19 has to use to get into this next zone, and it's the one actually right there that Polo G is starting to run up on, starting to kind of throw bullets on in there to test the waters.
Also, J-Way's on a very unexpected spot, just on a rooftop flat. So J-Way's definitely good for 1, meaning yeah, K19 is going to have to open up this fight with 2 knocks. J-Way's most likely going to get at least 1, and then it's down to 1v1. And that's the most favorable outcome for K19. I don't see this going any other way. And yeah, Polo G, he's going to be the first line of defense. Then you have the rooftop of the church, and then another rooftop access. So K19, they have their work cut out for them. We'll see what happens. Blue zone's closing very ever so slowly.
I'm so nervous. Here we go. Now the blue zone is coming. XSET, they know that all they have to do is wait for the blue zone to do the work for them. K19, though, they're not taking the opportunity to go out through the door just yet. Looks like Success, unfortunately, is going to take a little bit of damage here. J-Way, though, starting to prep those nades. They have a beautiful window right, actually, to try and do damage, but they're hiding for right now. I'm kind of curious as to what their plan is, as that nade is just beautiful. It gets a knock on 1. Juancho, at this point, he's proned up there, but I'm not quite sure what he's going to be able to do, and because of that, he actually just goes out to blue zone. He doesn't want to give a point to XSET, but that is a definite success for XSET, getting their second chicken dinner of today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, good job to XSET, but K19, I don't understand. Like, you guys need points. It does not matter if you deny points from XSET. Like, you have 2 players left. Make an attempt to maybe get 1 more elimination point. Like, I understand they're not going to win, right? They're going to lose that 99.9% of the time. But it's like making an attempt to at least gain 1 more point because they need every point they could get to qualify. So the fact that they didn't do anything and just sat in the church completely boggles my mind. Like, maybe they thought there was a 3rd team still alive the entire time, and they're trying to secure that placement onto 2nd place. But that'd be the only, you know, excuse I have for them. But otherwise, I'm kind of disappointed to see how K19 played that one out.
I'm very surprised as well. Like, I would have tried to do something, but unfortunately they couldn't do anything there, and we're going to throw it on over to a break before the analysts are going to be able to break it down even more. So don't go anywhere, y'all.
When the battle is intense and the bullets are raining down, vehicles are one of the only options that can guarantee you a fighting chance. However, each vehicle is unique, hence it pays to know the details. When hell breaks loose on Erangel, you cannot stay exposed while traveling. You can put your faith in the UAZ here for its superior durability and cover. But it's not invincible. If you blow even one of its rear tires, it goes from an asset to a liability in an instant. To stay up and running, no matter how much hit your rear takes, the Dacia indeed comes as a savior. It can storm through the fields at top speed, even with 3 of its tires blown off. The only downside here is its off-road performance. However, when you are in a race against time, the Coupe is unbeatable. With its lightning-fast acceleration, it's your ticket to a narrow escape when you are bleeding at low HP. The buggy is great for scouting, and for a driver, it offers the best possible protection from the back. But the same cannot be said for the passenger. But PUBG Mobile offers even more choices apart from the ones we covered. Which one will you choose for your next trip to the safe zone? PUBG Mobile is a comprehensive game with many different mechanics and unique aspects of gameplay. The different training modes are perfect to focus on each individual aspect and sharpen your skills. The most popular gameplay modes are Arena Training and TDM that pits players in a 4 vs 4 gunfight on a small map. These modes serve as a close-range training to sharpen your gun skills and build your reflexes. To improve on-point ADSing and recoil control, players can try out the War mode, which launches you in a fairly large space on Erangel map against 19 other enemies. Here, you can improve your AR and SMG sprays as well as train yourself for bolt-action mastery. Sniper training under the arcade section is also a must-try. Your sniping skills are put to test here, when both you and your opponent are trying to one-tap each other. You can also try quick matches in arcade mode, which basically is a mini battle royale. Everything that you have learned, you can put to the test in its 8-minute matches. PUBG Mobile is not all about grinding and competition, but also about enjoying and having fun and exploring the game. No matter if you're a heavy grinder or a casual explorer, there's a place for everyone in PUBG Mobile. Tell us which mode is your favorite and why in the comments below.
Listen, I like you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back, man. XSET getting that big chicken dinner right there. That is 2 in a row for them. First off, of course, I gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Wow. So, K19, huh? K19 pulling out a nice top 2 finish there. I think that was a necessary thing for them. But I think I got to agree with Zute here. You know, like, I don't understand why they didn't just go out and try to make a play, right? Get another point on the board. Who cares if you give XSET points? You know that they're going to be on top. As you can see right here, Panthers actually outpointed them. Wow, they got some serious kills here, 7.
Yeah, Panthers with just the whole flip. You know what? We don't have to get the chicken dinner. Just give us 15 ilms with 10 placement points, and we got this. XSET, though, I mean, they're starting to shape up as well for the Super Weekend 4 Bros. A team that we were talking about, that team that kind of needed some points too. They're able to secure even more points. And then if we go down, K19, what I was starting to refer to there, K19 was like, I like you, but I don't really want to go out and try to give them any ilm points to XSET, which made no sense. I agree with you, Hot Jukes and Stute as well. And then right here, it was so top heavy. And this is starting to become a trend too, Glitter, where we just see, like, once we go to the second page, 3 points, 3 points, 2 points, 1 point. Before, I was getting used to at least seeing every once in a while like 5 points. It's not that anymore.
No, there's just no opportunity for it, and it's important to note that we've got Chosen and Vamp on that second page with the lower point totals, as some of those teams that are kind of in that 13 through 18 area of potential danger right now. So we'll have to see what this last game did for those overall standings when everything shakes out, so we'd have a good idea of where everything stands heading into the final match of the day. As we take a look at some of these highlights from this last match, though, for me, I think the bigger story, I mean, is XSET performing well? It's not that it's not cool, it's that we're not surprised. They're good, right? They're defending champs. They should be performing well. So we are happy for them, but we're looking at that bubble. That's where our focus is now. Those teams towards the bottom of the top 16, the ones just outside of it, who is battling their way for some points. And we saw HTV on there with 5 points as well. And what I'm undecided on how I feel about 7, but I feel like we're seeing it, is a lot of these teams that need points, K19 included in this very specific match example, they're going for placement points. They're not confident in their fighting skill for these elims.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, because we even saw that happen earlier today with a different team too, where they just don't want to take on those fights. And it could be that, Glitter. It could be just the confidence, right? If you already didn't make one super weekend, and after the 2 days of the league play that we have had, you still haven't performed, honestly, I would feel like the players are in a way doubting themselves. And it happens to everybody, honestly. So hopefully, K19, hopefully this is the switch around. Hopefully you get a little bit more confidence and, you know, you decide to actually go and try to get those elim points, because that would have been helpful. Extra 3 points. We have seen what has happened before. We saw how close the overall leaderboard was. Wow. 2 teams were tied, but here with the top damage, the Panthers and 4 bros. It's been a minute since we've seen this, actually. 2 teams almost tied with top damage, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, which just makes it stand out even more how efficient Panthers were with being able to get 15 elims compared to 4 bros 8 for almost the exact same amount of damage, and then XSET matching their 8 for 600 less damage. So, I mean, still impressive performance from 4 bros, even just looking at the damage, because they were one of those teams that absolutely needed a pop-off performance, and now they're showing us what they're capable of. I feel like they're bouncing back a little bit. But we're also still seeing the Chosen on here. Even if they didn't get a lot of elims, they're making those top damage charts. They're trying to up their aggression. They just have to make sure it's not too little too late, Jukes.
And
I don't think it
by
is.
the way, quick little heads up, Jukes and Glitter. Validating your point, saying that those teams are just going for placement points. We didn't even see the second place team in that top damage.
Exactly.
K19 was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, it comes down to you saying that they're lacking confidence. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, these guys have not put up anything in the past 2 days here. So, I mean, their confidence has to be at an all-time low. I get why they kind of like waited a while, because at the end of the day, they needed a top 2 finish no matter what. But like you said, I mean, you got this. That was a chance for them to really get some kills. I think that they were definitely gun-shy. I think the stats definitely proved that as well, 7.
Yeah, they do. But at least, you know what? Let's try to shine some light here on some players. Even though the stats aren't super, super crazy. Juancho being able to put out the damage. Solid to 2. Valak, not sure what's going on there with the 0 damage. And then Russell. Man, it really amazes me the way Russell has performed this whole season. And then we saw that tweet, and he just kind of honestly pissed me off in a way, because that's a player that had so much potential, and we just never got a chance to fully see it, Hodgix.
Big potential, man. I mean, the guy could definitely pop off, but it's just we haven't seen it here. We haven't seen it here. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on with him and his squad. It looks like they got to something worked out today, because it's better they've had it all. But, I mean, they're not out the woods yet. I mean, we got 1 match left to go. They're literally leaving it to the end. Well, as we get the overall here, we can see XSET now taking the top.
Huh.
They do.
You know what?
They do take the top.
It's fine, though, because if you look at everyone around them, XSET's put themselves in a solid spot. They've got those 3 chicken dinner 7, but Nova and Knights have 1 more match to play still. So it'll probably all even out after the final game of the day.
Yeah, well, if we don't see Nova at the end, especially, you know what? We have Sanhok. Never mind. Scratch what I was going to say.
Oh,
wow, though.
Wow.
Talk about how close it's going to be. And if you can hear me, production, please show me the other teams, because that's what I'm really interested on. I want to see how close it is. Okay, now it's 4 points. And what's crazy is that all of these teams are going to be playing this last match, Glitter. And they're not separated by that much. And now K19 has put themselves within reach, too, of being able to get that top 16.
Listen, this is gonna sound bad, but it's not bad. I think this is the first time that we've seen K19 out of the 20th spot. This is them finally making that push. They're moving up. They're tied in points with some of these other people. Look at them. They're now tied with Execute. They're 1 point above BTOWN. And this, if they even just had another solid placement performance, barring everyone else doing poorly, there's still a shred, a tiny little glimmer of hope there. But HTV and the Chosen do not have a large margin of error allowed either. They're not solidified yet through to that super weekend. If Hitlist has a good game, that could easily knock them down on that leaderboard. I mean, this is gonna be a little bit scary, Jukes.
Oh, it's going to be insanely scary. And I was covering my hand here because I'm starting to think I know why K19 didn't go after XSET there, because this is something we haven't talked about, right? Now, the top teams, they can do whatever they want here, right? They know exactly what teams need to be able to make it in. They can hunt them down, take them out early, and crush their dream. So maybe K19 say, you know what? It's okay, XSET. You can have the chicken dinner. Please don't chase us down, you know? And I guarantee you, HTV and the Hitlist are saying the same thing, because, oh my goodness, it's going to be super close here on the last game. We just look at the head-to-head between these two squads, Glitter.
Okay, now this is important because these were the teams that were tied right on that 16th, 17th place bubble, and they're still in danger, okay? They're only separated by a few points here, and this is their averages for the day. This is their performances for the day. You've got better placements coming out of HTV and just barely a little bit more damage. Pretty much about the same average items. What jumps out to me the most out of literally all of that is the survival time. Because if this last match, if all these teams are trying to play passive and goes for those placement points in the final match, HTV has that leg up on them.
But then you have the question mark. You said it. It is the final match. And you also said it, Hot Jukes. The top teams are pretty much guaranteed to do whatever they want. So if they're going to...
Quick. I want to ask you this, Seven. If you were a top team and you were going to take out one of the... Would you take out one of the squads? And if you would, which one? Go quick.
You should know better. Of course I'm going to be going after those teams. Why not? I'm going to be the big bully. You know which one I'm going to be taking out? K19.
Oh, you hate to see it, Glitter?
Ooh, I hate to say this, but I'd go for the Chosen. They're right on the bubble.
Oh, boy. Okay. We'll see what's going to happen here, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and bring in our casters here for the last match of the day. And guess where we're going? We're going to the jungle. Guys, come on. It's been Zute. Good luck, guys. Oh, man, I am so jealous of you. Enjoy.
Thanks, Hot Jukes. I'm really excited for this last match here on Sanhok Zute. I mean, of course, I have my notepad here, and I'm just like furiously scribbling down. I'm like, okay, I gotta watch the hit list. K19, Execute, BTOWN, but also HTV. I'm just kind of scatterbrained at this point, and we know how fast Sanhok is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little bit worried.
I think we're going to see at least two of the teams that are trying to qualify in on this very last match eliminated early on, just because we've seen, like you said, how chaotic Sanhok has been, and this being the last match of the qualifying day to get into the super weekend. Ooh, we might see something really spicy go down. I mean, we saw earlier on Sanhok, XSET gave up the fight in boot camp, which caused the Knights to drop on the XSET split, and there's just so much to consider right now. So many variables to throw in. Like, this is going to be one crazy ride.
It really is, and it looks like, once again, Zute, we have a very interesting point. Man, I swear every single time I cast, the plane paths are just super far up to a cardinal direction. This time, it's going to choose the north. And I feel like that's all where the Sanhok circles have been going, right? So this time I'm kind of hoping for a little bit of a different one. Maybe goes down a little bit more to the southern side, but we don't control those. So we'll see where the circle is going to choose to go. Meanwhile, I am curious to see what's going to happen once again with those drops that you mentioned.
Yeah, so we see Execute dropping and doing their regular split. Luckily for them, Lazarus is not playing in this match because Lazarus kind of contests them on that split sometimes. So Execute, one of the teams in 19th place right now. Mezexis, oh, we almost forgot to mention. We got so caught up. Yeah, we have 5 groups. XSET is not playing and Boring Protocol is not playing in this match. So we won't even see what happens here. But we do see 2 other teams dropping right in the middle. So let's see, Circle's far up to the north, K19 up in the north, getting contested by the Hitlist. 2 teams not in the top 16. So that's a clash right there that we got to keep an eye out for. Execute on the western side, of course, and we have a fight between Mezexis and the Knights. The Knights dropping here just for fun. Taking a fight with Mezexis, Pinon completely open. Mezexis takes down one, gets traded. 3v2 situation, definitely in favor of the Knights right now.
Yeah, and it looks like they just have to worry about you here now, who's trying to escape through this big red building. Let's see if he's going to be able to kind of turn this around for himself and his team, but it doesn't look like it will. Tenza's going to get that last kill, and Mezexis is going to be our first team officially eliminated in our last game for this league play. And the Knights unfortunately lost Coop, but still with 3 up. They can still continue to play this game pretty effectively, and they're inside zone. So we'll see if they're going to start making some sort of rotation after this, who else they're going to fight next, but we still have to focus on a couple other things. You mentioned that there's a couple of teams up to the northern side that are directly on top of each other. We have a little bit of that still happening down here on Sami. We've seen 4Bros and Nova fight it out in Sami this entire time, right? This time, the plane path was a little bit too far away, so now they're still right on top of each other, but in a bunch of these mixed around compounds. Oh, Nova.
Okay, Nova coming in hot. I do want to see what's happening with the Hitlist and HTV though instead, because these are the teams that really need to make it in. The Hitlist down to 3, HTV also down to 3, and K19 taking a member down from the Hitlist. So K19 fighting their way up into that top 16. They're not going to give up without a fight just yet.
They are not. It also looks like, unfortunately for 4Bros, Nova figured out the formula, I feel like, of being able to kind of take them down. It's just Leon and Russ left, and they're running down on the southern side, trying to get as far away as possible, except Leon, he is just running straight on in. Let's see if he's going to take this fight against QZ. Hopefully he doesn't get spotted while he's inside of this building, but doesn't seem to do so. Oh, but he turned around. He definitely heard the footsteps now, and here comes the rest of Nova to potentially help out their teammate. Yeah, shooting through the wall. He knows that he's close. A little bit of back and forth action, and Russ being able to distract them, getting an auction to at least one of them, and the flush. They'll definitely get at least 1 point for this match, but now they're separating this off into a couple of 1v1s. Let's see who's going to be able to kind of pull this off. Nova or 4Bros honestly might just need to go ahead and shift attention to at least one of these guys before continuing the fight.
4Bros climbing in through the window. QZZ still up. Always a deadly player. And oh, Russ goes down. 4Bros definitely getting pieced up. Oh, nice shot by Leon though with that pre-fire, but oh, QZZ had the drop on 1 HP. Not much Leon could do there, and that's 4Bros eliminated. 4Bros was 13th place overall, so I would say they're pretty comfortable still, as they had quite a big separation in points, 67 points to the 16th place team of the Chosen at 49. So 4Bros should be fine. They also secure themselves 1 extra point. And here, HTV, he lost a player to K19 Esports. And you can see how passive HTV is playing right there. Just all laying prone, not making a single sound. Definitely fighting for the super weekend position. As K19 in the kill feed. Oh, taking one down from BTOWN. K19, okay, that's another point over to them in their favor. 2 points now for K19, taking one down from THL and one down from BTOWN.
And honestly, I feel like they should full-on focus on this fight, in my opinion, because BTOWN, they're currently in the last place, right? Yes. Like, BTOWN also technically is a team that would need to have, like, a miracle of a game this time to be able to qualify for the Super Weekend. And K19, they're more on the cusp. They have a little bit more of a chance being in that 18th place spot. So if they really want to go on ahead and make it through and they got to knock in a flush into BTOWN, maybe they should start combing through this area. Unfortunately, though, we see where Midnight is. The other two are kind of a little bit more unreachable in the compound there and a little bit more down to the southwestern side. So K19, we'll see. We'll see. They're slowly coming down to the southern side. So hopefully they focus on that, but we'll see.
K19, though, does have a very good position in this first circle. So I understand why they don't want to venture out for the elimination points, because they could potentially secure a strong spot and guarantee themselves some positional points as well. So we'll see how the circle shifts. This is a very northern circle. So K19 playing in from the north side wants to make sure they hold it down and not get third-partied potentially. Polar Ace coming in on the heavy southern side. Nova also very close by. We've seen a pattern of Polar Ace kind of shifting over from Camp Charlie to third party, the fight between Nova and Four Bros. We've seen it happen before, and I think Polar Ace has made it a habit for when the circle's really far away. Hey, let's just run over this way, see what we can do, potentially pick up some eliminations, and not to mention all the first aid kits that the Nova team is going to be trying to stack up on.
That's very true. Yeah, so they're slowly just making sure to get up on top of this hill, like right above Sami. This is a great location for them to overlook them. So the only thing I'm a little bit worried about is they just need to be cautious when they go ahead and turn around and start heading towards zone. The thing is that we know Polar Ace is fine, right? So they can go on ahead and afford to just try and get a couple more points, or maybe just play this out the way that they want to. And Nova, as of right now, they're totally unaware. So I'm really looking forward as Kiyoshi Chronix running down this hill, how exactly they're going to pull this off. Except, what's this? Are they turning back around?
Well, Nova's been, third-partied by Polar Ace a few times. So even though if Nova hasn't made contact, I think they know to be prepared to some degree. K19 crossing over the road right there. So K19's in a really good position, because if the circle goes south of that road, they've already established a foothold, and if it goes north of that road, I mean, they've just cleared Tatmok and came from there themselves. So this is a really good zone. We'll just see how it shifts, though, and how well this K19 team can play on the very last match. I want to say maybe they're riding off of a little bit of momentum now, coming in from that Miramar game, able to finally, get some points and not be in dead last 20th place for the first time, I would have to say. So we'll see how that goes. HTV, they need the points. Hitlist also need the points. Seems like all the teams that really need the points are the ones fighting each other early on, and they're just somehow always running into each other. And yeah, JatG, completely unaware. This should be a free one for Myths.
No! There we go. Miss, wait a second. What? Okay. Giving me a little bit of a heart attack there, Miss. We'll be able to take down one. There was a couple more members up to the northern side, but I guess they just couldn't spot it out. I mean, HTV, as of right now, are in 15th place. So don't get me wrong. They do still need the points to make sure that they stay in the top 16. But the hit list, being in that 17th place spot, like, that trade needed to have happened the other way.
Yeah. Ooh, next circle. We're going north. Still a little bit precarious for K19, because it could easily come down back south across that road as a competitive player. That road cross right there is like night and day, right? If you have to make that cross back over and teams are already, filled up on either side, that's a death sentence. And vice versa, from north to south. So I want to see K19 try and do a split maybe, but then once again, the players themselves individually, not, I wouldn't say they're super warmed up to the point where they're comfortable playing split. So they'll have to gamble this one more time. Hopefully for them, no teams circle up ahead of them to the northern side and we see a northern shift. So they'll hunker it down for now. The hit list on the far north, picking up whatever meds they can. HTV on the far northeastern side, also playing very passive. They're just trying to stay alive long as they can. And BTOWN running into the Knights. One of them go down. BTOWN not looking good at all. There's a high chance they're not making it into the Super Weekend.
Being in that last place, already losing one to K19 and now losing a couple more to the Knights. Yeah, it's not looking good. It does look like Jess, though, will be able to at least get a knock onto Chico. Maybe they'll be able to pick at least 1 point up, but slowly healing up, only has bandages for Meds here. This whole fight is going to be pretty difficult if the Knights continue on to push. It does look like, okay, they will be able to get a point onto at least one. Looks like the rest of the Knights don't want to fully send it on in there, probably don't have as much information as they would like to save their teammates, so they're just going to go on ahead, hunker down, and wait for this next zone to pop, or just wait for BTOWN to kind of reveal themselves, or see if they can get a little bit more info before making some sort of a push happen.
Another update on one of the teams that really need the points to execute, right? They're not yet in the top 16. Yeah. They still have 4 up. They did their split drop around Camp Alpha, looted up a lot of meds, gearing up for that med strat. They might run into HQA on the next rotation, though, because they're on that Western Island. HQA also on the Western Island, just chilling right now. And the Circle's definitely going to go up onto the Eastern Island in the next shift, so there might be altercation there. We see Execute right here with 4 players still up. 4 first aids on Jason, so they haven't dropped off all the first aids just yet to a singular player. We'll see that happen later. And also TC, we have not mentioned TC yet. TC coming into this game with a total in 16th place, right? With 49 points. They do a huge drop split around Ruins, and they're currently in the blue zone, looting up as many first aids for them as well. So many teams this year around trying to do that first aid strategy, maybe trying to all learn from Nigma Galaxy, who did it so successfully, but we see the problem now. When everyone's doing that first aid strat, it's not as effective. And it's actually the teams that have been aggressive and dominant in their fighting and positioning that's been coming out on top on Sanhok.
You're right. So we'll have to see if HQA is going to be getting a fight from Execute here or not, or if they're going to go on ahead and do some sort of a mess chat, as you were just saying. But as of right now, they look pretty comfortable grabbing some vehicles. Maybe they'll start trying to cross the bridge, and they're going to get a nasty welcoming from HQA, actually currently holding it. It looks like there's still a ton of people. Oh yeah, it is happening. Starting to go towards that bridge. I think it might be King Pig? I can't quite tell. One of them right on top of the bridge. The fighting has most definitely started as the zone shifted once again onto the mainland. Not quite surprised to see that, but that is definitely going to be a big fight over on the edge there. Just luckily, it's none of the teams that really need to make it into this next Super Weekend, because they've already been into one, but still not a fight or a situation that you want to find yourself in, especially Execute being in the second to last spot. They're really hoping to get a good game out of this. I'm surprised that they were actually able to get the knock onto the person on the bridge. That should have been a little bit of a surprise, but it just didn't go in HQA's way. So a first knock onto them, instantly turning around, knowing that the rest of them aren't that far behind. Unfortunately, Fameboys goes down, but hopefully the res comes through soon, as Fate is trying to get a little bit closer to help out his teammates.
Execute in a tough spot. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. Both teams looking to get a full reset. Positionally, Execute in a tougher spot, because you see this position right here out of Sub Pig. Kind of cuts in right at a cross angle onto those Execute members. The only thing really keeping them up right now are the smokes, and smokes don't last forever. Execute. This is a huge fight for them. They really need to be able to either win this or at least survive it. HQA doesn't look like they're letting up anytime soon.
Oh man, and the zone is starting to close. So this is not ideal. Ooh, that nade's so close to getting a knock onto Yang there. Yang is of course going to trade one back, but that's not going to hit. And this is just an unfortunate situation over here, because right now it kind of seems like a stalemate. No knocks back and forth just yet, but it has to happen soon. There we go. Now officially fully inside of the blue zone, and still trying to use those nades to warm it up. Right when one of these guys finally gets a knock, though, it's going to be full on push, full on chaos and aggression, but it just hasn't happened just yet. The blue zone doing all of the damage so far.
I just want to say there's a very apparent skill level difference when it comes to nades with these two teams. We saw at least 6 nades being thrown, not a single knock.
Oh, no.
This was saying Nova or the Knights or something. We would have seen a definite knock with that many nades, but Chi Wing Pushing up across on the road, that's a big ballsy play, but he gets the opening, and that's what's needed to continue on this fight. And unfortunately, Execute is the one that really needs the point, not HQA. Execute looking like they're starting to fall apart.
I'm surprised that they actually started backing away from the bridge, taking too much damage, starting to get knocked from the play zone. I think it might only be Fate left super far down to the southern side, other than Yang, but he actually falls as well. So at this point, it is just Fate starting to get involved in a fight just a little bit, but I think he's starting to back off of this, realizing that it's not a good situation for him. And I mean, we'll see if HQA decides to try and fully take out Execute, if they're going to focus on this next rotation, because at this point, this is starting to hurt here at Zute. This next zone about to pop as well. They are chasing just a little bit, but they're going to realize that Fate, he is out of there with that vehicle. Circle centering up, actually, even further away from these guys. This is getting more intense here as 14 teams are still alive, and I'm still keeping an eye on K19, HTV, and the hit list.
Execute's pretty much done. Fate only has 2 first aid kits, solo player deep in the blue zone. It's over. Execute is not going to make it to the Super Weekend. They made it to the Super Weekend last week, but things are definitely looking more and more downwards for them as the tournament goes on. Now, K19, Circle does shift up north of that road. Luckily for them, they can manage to make that cross. No team's really gatekeeping them or pinstering them in. And as long as they can control this western side of the hill, they have a good access way into the rest of the game. And with 4 players up, all it comes down to is communication and teamwork at that point. But K19 have their game laid out for them. Now, HTV and the Hitlist and BTOWN will all be coming in on the northern side. HTV from the northeast, and the Hitlist and BTOWN very likely to get into altercation on the northwest.
Yeah, we'll see. Still kind of biding their time. They definitely chose to kind of be an extreme edge teams right now, waiting for everybody else to take each other out first before they're entering. So they're probably going to be hanging out there a little bit longer before making a move on in. They need to see a couple more people be taken out. 43 people still alive is definitely not a good mark to start moving in on. And this is very intense, this thing that we've been watching this whole time. 19 Esports and the Panthers right on the very edge of this zone. Holding the Panthers out really is rad. Moso taking a good amount of damage, though, inside of that little building. We'll see if that's going to slowly develop, while HQA did actually make it into this zone right into K19. And Russell, honestly, this is a great opportunity for K19 to pick up these 2 kills here, because HQA, as we know, are super damaged and not in a good place whatsoever, and they have no knowledge on the circle.
Oh, this might be a blessing right here, but Supig is going to, of course, navigate away. They're going to have to drive over in the open. Oh, unfortunately, they make it in across. Not yet in the zone, so K19 could still keep continuously watching this to potentially pick up some eliminations. But, oh, Russell getting tagged really hard by Supig with that quick peek.
That was really close, and the Knights actually fell in the background as we were watching there, so they're out of here. HQA is starting to take blue zone damage once again. I'm hoping K19 takes this and gets these kills. They just have to be a little bit wary, because we can see on that mini-map, yet another person is kind of getting close. This is a solo from Execute, actually. Fate drove right by them. Have to keep an eye on their southern side for WallStreetBets, though. And yeah, look at that zone shift right on up to the northern side. We'll see what ends up happening. BTOWN not going to be happy about it, though, as they're getting knocked there too, but HQA does in fact get taken out by K19. They have 4 kills for themselves so far. They're trying to make this happen.
Yeah, I just want to say, Fate making the godsend rotation. He full sent it to his shack right before the circle shifts, and he gets blessed right in the middle. TC, another team, 16th place. Remember, this TC team is not in the clear yet, and they get 2 elimination points. That's the Hitlist eliminated. Hitlist. Okay, Hitlist is not going to make it. I said Execute wasn't going to make it, but Execute's still alive, and he's dead center of zone, so we'll see what happens there. The Hitlist, or not the Hitlist, TC, the Chosen, with 4 members, 3 points right now, doing the best they can, running into HTV. Another team that needs these points, and HTV, they have that zone priority on the north, and they have 3 members up. It's looking good for HTV right now, and also potentially K19.
Zute, though, I'm heartbroken right now. The hit list was in 17th place, and I don't know if they ended up getting any points in this match, but...
Oh, no, they're out. They're out.
They weren't in the first Super Weekend either. I think that's it for them in terms of finals, but we'll have to wait and see. BTOWN also eliminated. They were in a great spot either. K19 now taking blue damage, though. Unfortunately, getting a little bit distracted from HQA potentially. Now the rotation, at least one of them, Russell, might be too far away, but the rest of his team, honestly, in a pretty good spot on the northern side of this road, except, of course, the zone shifts back down to the southern side, a hard shift away from them. They're going to have to make a rotation on back and either go through WallStreetBets or go to the north and go through HTV. This is a moment where they have to choose, and whichever decision they make is going to make it or break it, and whether or not they're going to make it into their first super weekend and if they're going to be able to get in the finals.
Yeah, K19, they lose Russell. Gets a nice knock. Can they confirm every single point possible, though? I don't know. Execute. Fate still up with that zone bless at the shack. HTV is going to go in from the northeastern side at the compound. That revive should go through. So yeah, K19 is going to have to fight in north or south. I'm feeling like, oh, well, there's our answer. They're cutting in onto the southern side of the road. They're using that knock they got onto WallStreetBets to make that crossing. TC's still up, though. We can't forget about TC. TC coming in from the backside. All the teams that need the points are still pretty much up as Fate takes a peek and knocks down Valak. That is huge for Execute. If he can secure that elimination points, Fate gets Juancho and potentially Valak as well. Execute might actually make it in.
Oh no, and that's still alive for K19. He needs to stay alive if he's hoping that K19 will make it through to their first super weekend as well. But of course, now Appa right behind him. No, K19 goes out, and that makes me super worried. I don't know if they're going to make it into the second super weekend either, and they're going to officially be out for the finals. We'll have to see, though. Fate is still alive. They're holding on for Execute. Same with HTV. At this point, HTV is the only team that we need to keep an eye on. Didn't make the first super weekend. Myth goes down, though. They need to make the second one. They still have two people still up, though, so we'll see if they'll be able to grab this at the end. They have zone.
That was the easiest nade of his life. Literally the easiest nade. And how do you miss that? Oh my, HT.
Nerves. That's my guess. Of course, I'm not sure, though. It also looks like the zone's still going up to the northern side. The most fights are going to be happening on the southern side. So the rest of HTV might just be able to kind of sit back and relax and wait for everybody else to take themselves out while they go ahead and reap the benefits. Fate, though, he is absolutely being cracked for his team here, doing even more damage to 19 Esports as they start trying to run down this hill. But unfortunately, just takes way too much damage there from that peak, and he is out. Down to our last three teams here. K19 Esports, and of course, Vamp. We'll see.
I think Execute might have made it in. The problem is so many of these bottom-ranking teams are gathering points themselves. So it's going to be extremely close. HTV is still alive, of course, with two players. Or make that one. 19E, well, I mean, 19E is going to be the winner of this match, but the bigger question is, who made top 16 and who didn't? Mayo, he's going to reveal his location, gets one. The trade should be coming through. Oh, the Tommy gun with the 50 clip. Oh, Rage coming in from the blue.
Wow.
Just like that, 19 Esports down to one player. It's a 1v1v1 all of a sudden.
Oh, and he's going to be able to get this res, actually. Let's see Alucard, though, prepping that nade. Will it be close enough? Not quite. The res still going through, but actually, that's going to give him a chance to get the res as well. Boom, I don't think, realizes that 19 Esports is outside and actually pretty vulnerable to his movements. He's crawling on in, but honestly, this is a pretty good situation for him because if 19 Esports and Vamp focus on each other, he might just be able to grab a second place for himself, but no, he doesn't just sit back. He actually goes for the fight, gets a knock at Alucard. This is not a good situation for 19 Esports, but honestly, he needs, I feel like, Salty to stay alive to take on this other fight. But no, Salty takes down HTV, and now it's officially a 1v2 against Vamp.
This should be Vamp's win. Yes, Vamp will secure the win. Okay, just a little quick cast to curse before we end the day, right? Saying 19 Esports definitely got this. I mean, they had 4 players. Come on, like, I think anyone would have said that. It just so happens I say it, and instead Vamp will take the win. So, okay, great way to end the day. But I'm more so curious to see who made the top 16, and even better, the bittersweet tears of the teams that maybe were just 1 point or 2 points away from that top 16. We'll see you soon we're going to head over to the round report real quick. Salty with the most eliminations, 4 eliminations. Alucard, highest damage. SB with the nade limb. Shifan coming in with 8 kilometers, and Rad, longest elimination. 319 Esport players right there. SB, I think I might also be 19 Esports if I'm not wrong. His holographic image kind of throws me off, but what a game. What a Sanhok game. Teams were definitely fighting for that top 16.
And you could see that they're trying so hard to play this very carefully. But of course, I can't do math. Caster math, super dangerous. So we're just going to have to wait for the analysts to show us that overall points at the end. But of course, we're going to throw it to a break. Before we find that out, I'm going to be biting my nails. So see you guys then.
A thoroughly planned backpack always keeps you prepared for anything from dangerous enemies to wild zone shifts. So let's get into the concept of loot. You already know that it's important to find a backpack to better equip yourself in the game. Backpacks come in 3 sizes. The level 1 backpack comes with a capacity of 150. While it is sufficient for early fights and hot drops, it is never enough to carry enough supplies to get yourself to the final zone. The level 2 backpack, which comes with a volume of 200, is indeed better, but no one wants to settle for any less than the level 3 backpack, which comes with a maximum capacity of 250. Additionally, the vests that you'll find around the map will give you an extra bonus capacity of 50. The capacity of the vest remains the same for each level, and even if the vest is damaged. With these stats in mind, you may like to customize your loot properly without depending on auto pickup. For example, if you're an assaulter who dons a duo of AARs, like the widely used M4 and AKM combo, you can carry around 240 rounds of 5.56, 120 of 7.62 ammo when you have a level 3 backpack. But when you're using the same combo with a level 1 backpack, you must cut short the amount of ammo you are carrying and decrease it to around 150 and 60 respectively. Do note that different types of ammo take up different percentages of the backpack's volume. Furthermore, it is important that you don't compromise with your utilities for ammunition. For example, when you're out of enough ammo, you can adjust your playstyle accordingly and play a little passive. On the contrary, when you run out of utilities like smoke grenades and health supplies like first aids, it becomes much more difficult to make adjustments. As PUBG Mobile is a survival game, it is important that you reserve some space for carrying enough survival items. PUBG Mobile will always require you to act according to the situation you're in, but a little bit of pre-planning while you loot goes a long way. Always remember to check your backpack and ask your teammates to check theirs too, so that the loot is properly distributed among the team and you don't run out of essentials during intense firefights. Remember, no amount of loot is good enough to die for, so keep your priorities organized.
Oh, baby, the last match of the day. Who had its ups, it had its downs. Who's going to make it in? We're going to find out in a little bit. But before we do that, I got to give a huge, of course, thank you once again to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. Guys, oh, man, K19, I thought we had it there for a second. The Chosen busted out some good plays. I mean, who knows, right? I mean, BTOWN 7, the squad you picked, that must really hurt, huh? Must really
It doesn't. I literally picked them because they just been sucking since week 1. And I wanted to see if they were going to continue sucking, and guess what? They did. So they kind of proved me right in a way, but nonetheless, here that last match, 19 Esports being able to clutch up and finish off the league play, which they had an amazing league play in comparison to the first league play that we saw of them. 24 points, the chicken dinner. 24 points total. The chicken dinner was actually to Vamp, which ended up with 19 points total. And then if we go down the list, Execute was a team that was actually fighting. And with those kind of numbers, I'm wondering, Glitter, if maybe they would have done enough. I guess we'll have to wait and find out on the overall.
Nope. Not enough, because I'm looking at HTV, who was above them, 13 points on the board, knocking that one out, okay? We got Chosen up there who needed those points. They got their points on the board as well. Execute, I don't see it happening for you. I don't think you have a hope right now. BTOWN on here, Hitlist on here. I mean, teams that needed points to do well. and it did not happen for them. So, I mean, I know it was close. I know it was close heading into that, but it's gonna be a little bit rough, I think, for some of those squads as we take a look here at the daily winners for today. And Nova with the top damage, 2,800 damage in the 18 elims. I mean, Jukes, these numbers are kind of nutty.
Yo, I mean, 18 eliminations in one game. That's insane. It's almost, I mean, it's a quarter of almost the entire lobby. That is nuts. So I think Nova, they got that game in, and then they were just like, all right, I think we've done enough for the day. You know, we'll just kind of hang out here after that one, you know. But it all came down to the end for the squads there on the bottom. Ugh, you hate to see it there. So you said it, Glitter, right? You think that they didn't make it in? I think it's about time we find out. Let's take a look here at the overall for the day. Remember, everybody, top 16 is what we're looking at. Okay. Those are the teams moving on to the next Super Weekend. XSET tying with Nova. Oh, okay. Nice to see there, Glitter.
Dang, look at how they did it too. Like it's almost identical in the split, but flipped between elim points and placement points for XSET and Nova. That is incredible. And XSET's only on top because they've got the extra chicken dinner. So talk about consistency across the board for both of those squads. That's huge. And then we move down the list. You got 19E, of course, up here. WallStreetBets still staying up on this first page. Polar Ace still on this first page. Much better performances from week to week for both of these teams. But this is where it gets a little bit crazy.
Oh, goodness.
Chosen.
The Chosen barely.
How much did they clutch up by?
Okay, we got to see the Final Four and see what they missed.
Oh,
6.
Okay.
Okay, a decent margin, actually.
6 points. Wow. Are Chosen the last place Kings here?
They've got to be.
Maybe.
Right? I mean, because that's perfect. I mean, that's like the most clutch win that you can get, and they earned it. Like, they literally earned it, because to be honest with you, if they went out extremely early there, they're gone. Like, they would have not made it, but they were able to go and clutch it up towards the end. So wow, the Chosen moving on to another Super Weekend, and that was big, right? Because they were the last place team on the first Super Weekend. So let's go ahead. Now that we got that out the way, let's take a look at our MVP here. What do you got? Any guesses? Got any guesses? Quick,
Nova?
7?
J-Way, maybe? J-Way?
J-Way, Nova. I'm gonna go with... It's Spec.
Spec. Let's go.
Really? Wow.
Spec, dude. 6 kills, 6 eliminations, you know, 2,600 damage. This Papa Spec ain't messing around today.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Well, we'll get a chance here to see some of these highlights to see how he got that at least 7.
Yeah, honestly, because we didn't really get a chance to talk about more protocol that much today at all, with just all the focus that we had to do with the bottom teams and who was going to be making it to their first Super Weekend, who was going to be missing out on their second Super Weekend. But Spec, hey, Spec, consistency, they're going hand in hand right now, Glitter. We've been talking about this man for a long time, and now I'm just hoping, you know, we start also talking about some of the other players. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think one day we did get a chance to talk a little bit about Acer. I want to talk more about you, Acer. I want to talk more about Carnage and everybody else in that team. Right now, it's just Spec, nobody else.
Man, that's crazy. And you know what is also kind of crazy? Like, now that I think about it, the 56 points, that means our bubble graphic was almost perfect, right? We said 54 points was what it took to make it, and you got to think about it. All the teams that didn't make it didn't hit 54 points. So, I mean, dang. I mean, we couldn't put it any better than that, I think. We nailed it. Let's take a look at the calendar, though, for what's coming up, right? So, if you guys haven't already, of course, followed all of the esports, PUBG Mobile Esports official accounts, this is what the calendar is going to look like. So, bam, League Play, Super Weekend's done. League Play here's coming up, and now we got a nice 4 days off until the 8th, where we start Super Weekend number 2, Glitter.
I am excited. I hope everybody's marking this down on their calendars. Next weekend is the next Super Weekend, and there's going to be a lot that we actually have to pay attention to. There's teams that have made it for the first time. There's teams that made it for the second time but performed very poorly the first time around, and they still need lots of points. And they're all going to be going up against each other and against the squads that did not make it this second time, and then the third and final Super Weekend's going to get a little messy.
Oof. Now you hate to see also, you know, like squads like K19, this is their second Super Weekend they're going to miss out on. I think at this point, it's over for them, right? You hate to hear that, you know, but hey, at the same time, we saw the tweets, right? We saw the tweets that they had put out there at the end of it all here.
There's still a chance.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance, but we'll have to see how well. I guess it's up to really the Chosen, right? It's up to see the Chosen to see exactly how many points they put up in this next secret weekend. Ain't that right, Seven?
Well, it's going to be up to the Chosen. It's also going to be up to the new teams of how they perform and where BTOWN is going to end up falling too. So don't worry, we'll get you covered once we actually get to Super Weekend because there's a lot to talk about.
Yes, there is. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Of course, like I said, once again, make sure you follow everybody, mark your calendars, and we will see you on the 8th for this next upcoming Super Weekend. That's all for us here today. Catch you next time.